Welcome back to the channel. This is From and you are watching first part of what if Naruto learned about the Kyuubi at the age of 5. If you enjoyed this video, please like, share and subscribe to this channel. Not wasting no more time. Let's start the story.
Although it could have been argued that it was a warm summer day, it was nighttime in Konoha. The village hidden in the leaves, Konohagakure no Sato, was being attacked. The assailant was a blood-red fox of monstrous proportions, not even human, nor was it the army of an enemy village. Kyuubi no Yuko was a fitting title for the fox, who was by all definitions a demon. The attack caused the village to burn so brightly that it appeared to be daytime, and the heat from the flames was so strong that it was felt throughout the entire village. The fox first appeared 15 weeks ago for an unspecified reason. It had been wandering the countryside, seemingly looking for something, when one night it went on a rampage and killed everyone in its path. The Konoha ninja weren't just going to let this demon ruin their house. If the fox got past their line of defense, all they had laboriously rebuilt following the battle with Iwagakure would have been for nothing. Despite their best efforts and every bit of knowledge they possessed, they were unable to defeat the beast. They quickly came to the conclusion that the fourth Hokage, the strongest person in their village, would be the one to defeat the monster because it was so incredibly strong. Even Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, doubted his ability to defeat the fox. When intelligence reports indicated that the fox was rampaging towards Konoha, he discussed his attack strategy with his wife Kushina. Flashback. Minato.kun, what are you going to do? Concerned, Kushina questioned her beloved. There was no immediate response. Instead, there was a lengthy pause while he carefully considered his response. Kushina waited patiently, which was not at all typical of her. I might have to seal it, I'm thinking. There doesn't seem to be any other way, he replied, although it wasn't painless because the sealing procedure was so painful that it cost him his life. Seal? Into what? She asked, her eyes narrowed. We are referring to the Kyuubi no Yuko here, not the Ichibi, which is sealed into a kettle, or the Nibi, which is sealed into an iron ball. If the prison doesn't have its own wool to keep it at bay, it will just escape. The fox is just too strong. What did her husband know about sealing techniques that would enable him to seal the most potent of Biju? She was primarily intrigued but also a little suspicious. After taking a deep breath, Minato responded, Kushina-chan, I have to put it in a newborn baby who is no older than 3 days. It's the only option. Although this look was reserved for her most vile adversaries, Kushina's gaze on the man she loved conveyed a sense of knowing that the soon-be deceased had committed unforgivable atrocities. Thinking about her unborn child and what would happen if that fate were imposed on it, she asked with a somewhat sharp edge, you cannot be serious, you would be damning that child to a life of misery. He spoke with regret and disappointment for the current course of action rather than anger. I have no choice, one sacrifice his or her life to save the rest. What if you and I, she said softly after softening her gaze. Minato replied, no, we are only mortal, there is nothing we can do, the sealing is the only method. All right. So what happens if no babies are born in the 3 days before the attack? Minato felt a sudden wave of realization as she saw the contrite expression on her face. No, you're not going to use our kid. I will not put our own people through that. Kushina remained steadfast, saying, I'm not even close to giving birth yet. We can induce the pregnancy, as it stands, we will be leaving behind an orphan, and I would trust no one else with such a burden. She was stunned, asking, orphan? Orphan? What do you mean? The sealing, he said weakly, the sealing will take my life. To complete the sealing, I have to call upon the Shinigami. She understood what he meant when he said that their relationship went beyond the legal status of husband and wife. It was so strong that when one of the couples passed away, the other would also pass away, ensuring that the surviving person would not be left alone in the afterlife. After days of arguments between Kushina and Minato, her determination was finally broken, and she consented to have their unborn child sealed. Final flashback. Returning to the present, the Konoha ninja were only attempting to slow the beast down in anticipation of the fourth Hokage's arrival rather than killing it. As their child, a healthy little boy, was removed through caesarean section, Minato was in the hospital holding his unconscious wife's hand. The genjutsu that had rendered her unconscious was removed after the procedure, allowing her to hold her child for the first and only time. She was captivated by his small hand gripping her finger as she nursed him, but a deep voice jolted her out of her reverie. Minato's voice interrupted her thoughts, saying, Kushina. "Heim, it's time, I must go and perform the sealing before any more lives are lost." Then, with a voice so low that only she could hear, he leaned over and said. Kushina's simple response was, "I'll see you on the other side, Minato. Koi." Knowing that his death would be the price of the victory he was about to attain, the Yondaime Hokage had vanished to the battlefield in a yellow streak that had earned him the nickname, Konoha's Yellow Flash. The ninja cheered him on to victory as he arrived at the battlegrounds, yelling in unison that their leader had arrived and that their bright hope had come to save the day. When Minato arrived, he was in complete shock and had never imagined the extent of the destruction he was witnessing. He was a man who had killed an enemy army on his own, but to him, this was even worse. Every sense was alerting him to the tragedy that had taken place, including the smell of burning flesh, the taste of the smoke that pervaded the air from all of the fires, the sight of hundreds and hundreds of dead bodies that had been torn to shreds, burned, and flattened by the fox's huge, blood-dye paws. He was approached by a man who looked far too old to be on the battlefield. "Are you certain that this is for the best, Minato-kun?" Sarutobi, the former Hokage, had asked if he could teach me the jutsu hand signs so I could take your place. The tone of his voice conveyed a steely resolve that was probably unchangeable. "No, old man, this is my responsibility. I will not shirk from my duties as Hokage." He addressed two men who had appeared with the previous Hokage. Kakashi, a boy in his mid-late teens with a cloth mask covering the lower half of his face and a mop of silver hair, and Jiraiya, a man in his mid-40s with a flowing mane of white hair. Jiraiya. "Sensei, Kakashi-kun, please watch over him and if possible teach him a trick or two," he said. Minato called in Gambunta, the Toad boss, after they both made a solemn vow to do everything in their power for the boy. "Minato, if my memory serves me correctly, that is the Kyuubi. Don't you really think you're going to battle the strongest Biju?" Across the battlefield, Gambunta's deep, rumbling voice could be heard. "I'm scared, boss." Minato's response and request was, "I need you to keep him busy and keep me out of his reach while I make the final preparations for the sealing." The only response Minato got was, "I will do what I can." Gambunta had already entered the battle to take control of the fox, ninjutsu drawn, and the fox proved to be a formidable foe for the Toad boss. Whenever it was in the open and Gambunta had a direct line of sight, it would simply swing its tails in defense, which are rumored to have the power to crush mountains and cause tsunamis. Although there was no large body of water to test this on, and the closest mountain was Hokage Monument, which was miles away in Konoha, the extensive damage seen in the forest trees was more than enough to force Gambunta to try to avoid the blows rather than block. The voice of Minato then broke through the din of combat. "It's prepared. I can seal your soul, but I can't kill you, Kyuubi no Yuko. Farewell, you pathetic being." "Fuin Shiki," he cried out. Only Minato and the Kyuubi could see the spectral entity that materialized behind Minato, the Shinigami. It stabbed the Kyuubi with its hand, ripped out its soul, and placed it in the newly born Naruto's stomach, where a complex pattern was visible. He addressed Naruto in his final words, "Please pardon your father for putting you through this, Naruto. I apologize for keeping you from seeing your parents, but this was necessary. Farewell, my son." Sarutobi, Jiraiya, and Kakashi all knew what was going on and did their best to keep their tears from streaming down their faces, but it was all in vain because they were unable to do so. The ninja in the area could only see that the Kyuubi had vanished, so they began to rejoice that the crisis was finally over, only to have it end abruptly when their Hokage voice screamed out in pain. The screaming ended as abruptly as it had begun, with Minato falling off of Gambunta's head being caught in Jiraiya's arms and the little bundle of cloth that was Naruto being held back by Kakashi. Sarutobi was responsible for keeping the crowd at bay by telling them that this was not the time or place to answer all of their questions, and Gambunta was able to shed a single tear before he was dispelled to the summoning realm because there was no human to anchor him to this realm. After Minato died from the ceiling, it was already decided that Sarutobi would once again assume leadership and become the Hokage. He had made it clear that questions could be asked later and that any that weren't classified would be answered, and he was glad he had made that choice because he realized that, even if he wanted to, he couldn't really answer them due to his grief. October 10th is today, and 5 years have passed since the Hidden Leaf Village's struggle for survival. Kill the demon. A 5-year-old boy is in this former paradise. Give me some space. I am not a demon. The boy is said to house the fabled Kyuubi no Kitsune, the nine-tailed fox demon. Get him. Being that this child was born on the same date as the sealing of the demon, today is the worst day to be outside of his small apartment. NOL. Leave me alone. Today is the day of the Kyuubi festival, celebrating the defeat of the Kyuubi at the hands of the village's fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Look, there was a dead end for the demon. We'll kill him right away. A villager who was half drunk said. Naruto Uzumaki, Namikaze, who is not yet aware of his fate, but neither are the villagers, huddles into a ball in a corner, facing a wall and utterly terrified. The crowd of villagers and a few ninjas suddenly emerged from the corner. Look, the demon is attempting to huddle in order to avoid being killed. That isn't possible right now, is it? A man with an insane appearance said. Yes. As the crowd hurried to beat the defenseless child until he was on the verge of death, they uttered these words. Naruto simply sat there while being battered to a bloody pulp that was becoming increasingly unrecognizable. What on earth do you people think you're doing? A loud, strong voice boomed. The third Hokage, also known as the Professor, was wearing a red and white robe and a hat with the kanji for Fire Shadow on it. He was among the most powerful ninja in the world and was furious when the people turned around to see a man they had never wanted to see up to this point. The ki coming off the Hokage was so terrifying that it made the Kyuubi look like a kit. We were just finishing off what the fourth started Hokage. Sama, a shaky Chunin, said. What you're doing is harming an innocent child. I glared even more, shouting at the conclusion. The ki had sucked all the air out of the crowd, leaving them on the ground from lack of oxygen. But he is a demon, a villager said, and simply cost the lives of the entire mob. Anbu. Sarutobi shouted into thin air. They were Sarutobi's personal guard, so they are likely among the top 20 in the village. The Hokage was first, followed by the Sannin in second to fourth place, Kakashi no Sharingan in fifth place, Itachi Uchiha, the Uchiha prodigy, in sixth place, and these Anbu in seventh place. Suddenly, a group of 7 or 8 men and women wearing Anbu uniforms showed up out of nowhere. Hello, Hokage. Sama. Take these lawbreakers to Ibiki and say no holding back. Hi. Sarutobi's quick actions in picking up the battered Naruto and sending him to the hospital would have given Minato the impression that he was slow. Sasuke places Naruto on the bed in a special room designated for this purpose, and 2 of the Hokage's most devoted medical professionals enter and begin diagnosing Naruto. Among the few physicians who admired Naruto for his sacrifice were Ashika and Kalaka Moritoa, who were husband and wife and close friends to Minato and Kushina prior to their deaths. Sasuke-san, it seems he is fine thanks to the Kyuubi healing most of the wounds, but his mental state is at risk of a breakdown, said Ashika. Damn those deranged villagers, was Sasuke's curse, but he was too preoccupied to give the villagers any thought at the moment. Kalaka says in a gentle and dejected tone, it's best to let him rest for now and wait for the result in the morning. Saying, thank you both for doing all that you can for him, and bowing respectfully to them both. With a slight smile, Ashika says, it's our responsibility as medical professionals to heal and treat everyone, so there's no need to be so grateful, Sasuke-san. He bows with his wife and walks away. Kami. Sama, please help Naruto from his troubles, Sasuke prays before leaving to ensure Naruto has better protection. In Naruto's mindscape following his exit, we find Naruto waking up while lying down on a cool, damp floor in an area that resembles a sewer. What took place? Where am I? Says as he surveys his surroundings and realizes he is in a cold, damp, and dark sewer. The next sound Naruto hears is a low, powerful growl coming from a passageway a few hundred feet away. Naruto, who doesn't really care about his health, goes to the location of the growl and discovers a sight that will alter his life and fate forever. A huge pair of bar doors that resemble prison doors with a slip of paper with the kanji seal on it where the lock should be. Beyond those gates, 2 enormous, fierce-looking red eyes opened, and a loud, low voice said, who dares enter my domain? The words, I have, Kyuubi no Kitsune, were spoken while he appeared to be dead. So you know who I am and that I am within you? I asked in surprise. The tone is so dead and soulless that it even made the fox shudder. It doesn't take an idiot to figure out that with all the beatings, insults, and also that I have whisker marks that I am the alleged container of the mighty Kyuubi no Kitsune, she says. Given that Naruto was listening, I must ask, well, I suppose you are right, Ninjin, but I also have a question. What do I have the honor for allowing you to enter my domain? The fox demon would deeply regret the response, even though he was unaware of it. I am here because not a few minutes ago I was almost beaten to death by the villagers for having you in my body, and since they couldn't hurt you they thought by hurting me they could make you suffer as well, nevertheless in his state of emotion. He devises a plan that will benefit both parties after feeling deeply sorry for what the creature did to the poor ninja. Hey kid, I may be a demon, but what those villagers did is worse than anything I have ever done, so I suggest that we make some sort of agreement. May I also inquire if the terms of this purported agreement are Kyuubi? Sama? Naruto is gradually regaining his feelings and becomes interested in the deal the demon has offered. The agreement primarily benefits you overall, but it also benefits me. With the help of 3 of the 5 elemental spirits that I can conjure within you, you will have complete control over each of those elements. He pauses to allow the information to sink in before continuing. And also over time, if new jutsu were created into the world, then the respective spirit instantly knows it and can teach it to you as well. If you choose fire, for example, all known fire jutsu will be at your disposal because the spirits will listen to you and pass the information onto you while you train in their element. This is because they are the spirits themselves, and they are knowledgeable about all known jutsus for their respective elements. Alright, then explain the drawbacks of acquiring this power and what you hope to obtain in exchange. Naruto states that he is now very interested in the deal. The catch is that each spirit has a little test that you have to pass in order to control them. And since I haven't seen or smelled fresh air in the last 5 years, I would like you to grant me the ability to see, smell, and hear the outside world, the enormous demon fox said. All right, but first explain to me how I can give you those senses. All you have to do is tear at least 1/8 of the seal off the cage, but before you get upset, let me explain that the Shinigami himself gave the seal its power, making it impossible for me to get out. Additionally, you get additional benefits from tearing the seal, such as enhanced senses, endurance, mental clarity, and reflexes, as well as the ability to communicate with foxes in a manner similar to how the Inuzuka clan does with dogs, the demon lord said. Kyuubi interrupts Naruto as he says, well, it seems we have ourselves a deal, Kyuubi, Sama. Reikazaki. The fox said. What? Slightly perplexed, Naruto said. My true name is Reikazaki. Kyuubi is just the title for my 9-tailed fox form. Rei. Sama, what do you mean by form? I have a human form as well. Declaring that the demon began to change size quickly. The demon shrank to the size of a 5 feet 11 woman wearing a dark red kimono that greatly hugged her figure. She had tanned, luminescent, silky skin. Her hair was a fiery red, upper back length, with some bangs falling in front of her seemingly perfect face. Her eyes were half dark red, as if they could pierce the soul. And her breasts were at least halfway between a C and D cup. Perfectly, beautiful, staring wide-eyed, taking in Rei's entire figure, and attempting to get rid of the barrage of perverted thoughts that were essentially projected on a cage wall without Naruto's knowledge. Rei, however, was unaware of this, blushing and laughing at some of the pictures and the compliment Naruto had just given her. Naruto regained his composure to listen to Rei say, well, Naruto-kun, in a slightly seductive voice that sent shivers through his body. Before you go and think that way, maybe you should take the portion on the seal off and do your tests from the spirits before you have to wake. Now, in a slightly commanding tone, Naruto took the 1/8 part off. The water that was knee-high in the sewer appears to be gradually lowering, and he was unprepared for the surge of pain that Rei's chakra would cause as it rushed into his system and into his senses. Damn it, that fucking hurt like hell, he says, his voice weak, after he has regained his composure from the pain. Ops, sorry Naruto-kun, I forgot about the pain that was going to come, but don't worry, your body got used to the extra chakra fast, and also may I ask which 3 spirits you wish to have so I can do my part of the deal, Rei replied. A pose of weakness, wind because it sort of calls to me in a way, fire because both wind and fire will power each other, and water for the ability to combine with wind to create ice, and also if I combine water and fire I can create steam, which is very powerful and deadly to enemies. The wise Naruto said. I must say you chose very wisely and also have what you could do with the elements in mind, which could benefit if you could actually create the spirit of ice in your mind, adding in the 3 it'll give you, but steam isn't actually an element but another form of water to which you could make your own jutsu to use the steam to your advantage, said Ray. That means I could essentially create a spirit in my own imagination. He continues, a light Ray. Chan, I am ready, after receiving a nod from Ray. She shuts her ends and utters 3 words in an ancient and difficult to recognize language, blushing from the Chan suffix in English. Aries, Ifrit, Valina. At that moment, 3 pillars of fire, water, and wind rose up out of the earth, revealing 3 magnificent creatures. Almost as tall as Ray, Aries, spirit of wind, has blonde hair that reaches down to her lower back in a ponytail, a face that nearly rivals Ray's, and breasts that appear to be mid-C. Cup. She is dressed in a pearl-white kimono that allows her to hug her figure with some ease. Almost as blue as Naruto's eyes, Valina, spirit of water, is a 5'8" woman with ocean blue hair, who wears the same kimono as Aries. Her hair reaches her upper back and is loose like Ray's hair, and her dark blue eyes resemble the depths of the ocean. Her face comes in a close 3rd place in terms of beauty, with Aries coming in 2nd and Ray 1st. Her breasts are low C. Cup. Ifrit, I don't own his name, spirit of fire, had a devil-like appearance with horns protruding from his head, bronze skin, and only a pair of ragged shorts that seemed to be blowing in an unseen wind. His entire body was that of a demon that has been bodybuilding its entire life, but also to maintain a swimmer's physique, and his amethyst eyes were frightening and menacing. The spirits of fire, water, and wind are these 3. Ifrit simply looks at the boy who still has his soulless eyes, which startles both Aries and Valina and cause Ifrit to raise an eyebrow. Aries, spirit of wind, Aries bows. Valina, spirit of water, Valina bows as well, and then Ifrit, spirit of fire. Aries and Valina bow to Ray and say, it is an honor to be summoned by you Ray, Sama. Ray. Sama. What's up with that kid? He appears to have passed away, but he is still alive, Ifrit asks. This child is my container, and as for the question, then just tap into his memories of what happened only about an hour ago, Ray says to the 3 spirits. All 3 of them, including Ifrit, are shocked by what has happened to Naruto throughout his life. Aries even started crying in the middle of the memories, and Valina also started crying when she was upset. Ifrit, on the other hand, was furious at what these so-called villagers had done to another human being, a child at that, because he had housed his mistress for a crime that he and his mistress didn't want to commit, based on what he knew and had witnessed. That is awful. Aries breaks down in tears. I've seen demons and great beasts do nasty things, but this is just too much for a child to go through. Valina responds with sadness. As you have seen from the memories, he has gone through hell, and for what happened I gave him a deal that would be beneficial to him, which involves you 3 joining into his mind and granting him your powers over your elements. Ray replies with sadness because she also remembers everything. Well, we could give him the powers, but he would have to take our tests to gain them, but from what I have seen he already has my consent, Aries replies as she regains her composure. In my heart I would give him the powers without a second thought to help him with his life, but the rules state that he needs to be tested to our standards. Valina tears up. All right, it is time for you to take the tests, little boy. Naruto. The blonde said. All right, Naruto, the tests are what we spirits choose of you to do that prove that you are willing to be able to control our element. Ifrit says with a rough tone. Naruto bows and says, I am ready for the challenges. Ifrit gives an evil smile and says, good, because you will need to be for my test. Alright Naruto-kun, my test needs for you to grasp your emotions and use them right and make your chakra move fluently as if it were water itself. After taking a deep breath to relax, Naruto begins to focus on guiding his chakra through his chakra points in a controlled and gradual manner. After about half an hour of concentration, a balanced blue hue surrounds Naruto, and his expression demonstrates his calmness. Alright, you've managed to make your chakra move fluidly, which is necessary for performing any water jutsu. I, Valina, consent to you taking my knowledge and abilities. There are 2 glowing kanji for wind and water on 2 of the mindscape's walls. Naruto bows calmly and says, thank you for the acceptance, Valina-chan. With a malevolent grin, Ifrit says, now comes the true test. Assuming a somewhat combative position and declaring with assurance, "Bring it on, now," crazy Naruto says. With delight. The line, or powers except just brute strength and the inner resolve to win, which is how you truly force fire to bend to your will, is cut off as it says, "My test is for you to beat me in a 1-on-1 combat match, no help." Naruto grins and says, "Now this is what I like to hear. Now, if you're prepared, let's get started." Ifrit leaps forward at breakneck speed, punches Naruto in the stomach, and then knees him in the face, sending him flying. Backflips and slouches on his feet, staring down at Ifrit once more. "Don't tell me you're giving up so easily, you weakling, and being a weakling gets your precious loved ones dead." When Naruto hears that, he covers his eyes with his hair. Before he can finish, an enraged Naruto gives him a hard punch to the gut, making him double over. "Hey, thought so, you really are a weakly. This is for thinking so little of me, and that's for calling me weak." Forming a ball with his hands, he slams them down on Ifrit's back, sending him crashing into the ground once more. Ifrit punches Naruto in the face, sending him into a wall, but Naruto leaps back out of the wall and begins punching Ifrit. "Hey!" Spits blood and saliva out. "Now that's what I am talking about. Turn your weakness against itself and make it your strength and push forward to win. I'm going to prevail." As he continues to punch Ifrit, Naruto begins to glow bright blue. His punches then become powerful blurs, and he cocks his arm back and strikes Ifrit with all of his might, sending him straight into Rei's cage, causing it to rattle. Rei, Ares, and Valina simply stood there, his fist still out from the punch, and he was panting heavily as Naruto struck Ifrit, one of the strongest spirits, with the power of a full-fledged demon. They all stared at him, wide-eyed and slack-jawed. "Good. Cough. Job Gaki. Cough. You pass my test. Cough. I, Ifrit, approve of the passing. Cough. Of my knowledge and power onto you, Naruto." Ifrit manages to cough out. A third and last kanji that reads, "Fire," appears on the third wall immediately after, and Naruto drops to his knees to catch his breath. Rei begins with a joyful tone and ends with a gentle tone, saying, "Well done, Naruto-kun. It has been almost 500 years since anyone has defeated Ifrit before, and I must say that there was some power behind that punch. Kind of makes you wonder what made you think of fighting so hard to win. Hee. The reason where I got the power is because I wanted to protect those that I love and that are precious to me. And that is true strength, not flashy moves or monster strength, because even then those only get you so far, but protecting those that you call precious make you put your life on the line and push you past your limit to achieve victory and protect for the cause," he boasts. Rei, Ares, and Valina all smile at Naruto's explanation and concur with its reasoning and the resolve in his sapphire eyes. "Well, Naruto-kun, I believe it is almost time for you to go, because I believe the old man is worried sick about you." "Hi, Rei. Chan, but first something that has been itching to be done." Rei is as red as her hair when Naruto rushes over and gives her a passionate kiss on the lips, interrupting her. "Well, what is it, Naruto-kun?" He grins and says, "It tastes like strawberries." She blushes even more as he begins to fade. Rei. "Sama, it looks like he has someone to love already." Ares remarks, grinning and blushing a little at the intensity of the kiss. "I do think we have something to look forward to in the upcoming years, don't you three?" "Hello, Rei." "Sama." Rei touches her lips as she lies down to sleep, thinking about the kiss, and the three say it together before fading back into their kanji. Beyond the mindscape, after 20 minutes of watching Naruto, the third Hokage just noticed that he was panting and sweating in his sleep, as if he had been in a battle or something. If only he knew. As he was wondering what might be happening in Naruto's dreams, he heard the boy sit up, stretch, and smack his lips as if last night had never happened. "How are you feeling, Naruto?" "Hi Gigi.san, Anyo." Is that Naruto-kun? When were you going to explain to me that I have a Kyuubi no Kitsune inside of me, old man?" Naruto says in a tone of accusation. Naruto-kun, what do you mean? Startled by the inquiry, he wondered how in the world he learned about it. "The Kyuubi is in me, and I just so happened to have a nice long chat with her." "What are you waiting for? Her?" "Yes, the Kyuubi is a female, and may I also ask you three Anbu to leave the area so that I and the old man can talk?" The three Anbu in the room were taken aback to learn this, especially from a 5-year-old. Leave us, Sasuke ordered. Hi Hokage. Sama, before they disappear. What have you been discussing with the Kyuubi lately? After covering the room with a sound seal, the third said, sitting down. Where we left off, what have you been discussing with the Kyuubi lately? The third said as he sat down after covering the room with a sound seal. During the part of the deal where the third had to take out his pipe and some sake, Naruto goes into great detail about what had transpired inside his head. I am getting too old for this shit, the third thought. Alright, now tell me what this deal and tell me everything because I want to know how this will affect the seal and your well-being. Alright, Oji-san. Well, the deal was, the blonde begins discussing with the third. The flashback starts. The agreement primarily benefits you overall, but it also benefits me. With the help of 3 of the 5 elemental spirits that I can conjure within you, you will have complete control over each of those elements. He pauses to allow the information to sink in before continuing, and also over time if new jutsu were created into the world then the respective spirit instantly knows it and can teach it to you as well. If you choose fire, for example, all known fire jutsu will be at your disposal because the spirits will listen to you and pass the information onto you while you train in their element. This is because they are the spirits themselves, and they are knowledgeable about all known jutsus for their respective elements. Alright, then explain the drawbacks of acquiring this power and what you hope to obtain in exchange. Naruto states that he is now very interested in the deal. The catch is that each spirit has a little test that you have to pass in order to control them. And since I haven't seen or smelled fresh air in the last 5 years, I would like you to grant me the ability to see, smell, and hear the outside world, the enormous demon fox said. All right, but first explain to me how I can give you those senses. All you have to do is tear at least 1/8 of the seal off the cage, but before you get upset, let me explain that the Shinigami himself gave the seal its power, making it impossible for me to get out. Additionally, you get additional benefits from tearing the seal, such as enhanced senses, endurance, mental clarity, and reflexes, as well as the ability to communicate with foxes in a manner similar to how the Inuzuka clan does with dogs, the Demon Lord said. The end of the flashback, and Oji-san, that's how it went. While Rei-chan gains the ability to see, hear, and use other senses that the fourth took away, I am given 3 spirit elementals to help me control specific elements with enhanced senses. Well, it seems to be straightforward, but just in case, could I also take a peek at the seal? With a nod, he raises Naruto's frayed shirt and directs some chakra into his navel, revealing the seal in all its splendor. It appears to be intact, so nothing negative will occur, he says. Anyo. Oji-san. Hello, Naruto-kun? Is it okay with you if I begin training to become a ninja right away and learn how to use my new abilities? Naruto nodded as the third said, I will allow it, but you must report every month. I shall be getting a report to my office and then at the end of a year you will take a series of tests for an equivalency exam to see how your abilities have grown. Naruto-kun. Rei-chan. Ah, good, the mental link worked, so now we can speak to each other without you having to go to sleep or be out cold, said Rei. Oh, I see. However, is there anything you would like me to do? I am currently discussing starting my training with Oji-san. Well, perhaps you should ask the elderly man for the shadow clone technique, also known as Kage Bushin no Jutsu, as it is very similar to other Bushin Jutsu. The primary distinction is that these Bushins are sturdy and, due to their versatility, can practically be regarded as individuals in their own right. For this reason, when Kage Bushins are called forth with a fragment of the user's soul, they retain all of the knowledge they previously possessed during training, and the original will receive the knowledge after the Kage Bushin has dispelled it. To put it another way, it will be able to improve my capacity for learning and enable me to practice several skills simultaneously. Hi Naruto-kun. Naruto? Hi, Naruto-kun? Well? I apologize, Oji-san. The blonde said, sheepishly scratching the back of his head, I was just speaking to Rei-chan through a mental link. Let me speculate. You tore that section off, and she put it up, receiving the blonde's nod. Also she mentioned a jutsu by the name of Kage Bushin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique that I should learn so I can train faster. I don't think you should be used that jutsu Naruto-kun. It is rank Kenjutsu, and not even the best Anbu can use it without diminishing their chakra supply after 10.15 clones. Remember Oji.san that I am no normal human being and that thanks to Ray-chan I can probably use the jutsu to its maximum potential without doing anything bad in return," replied Naruto. "You have a good point, Naruto-kun, but if anything goes wrong I will be assigning a special Anbu to watch over you in case something happens to the seal." A cunning smile appears on his face as he says, "Okay, and also Oji.san, I have a proposition for you that you would probably give up anything to get the info I have for." "And what is this proposition?" Becoming wary of the blonde demon holder's abruptly cunning smile. "I would like books and scrolls on sealing, taijutsu, genjutsu, chakra control, kenjutsu, weapon forging, chakra sensing, anatomy, and maybe some metal so I can start forging." "I know that's a lot to ask for, but what do you think I can get in exchange for giving you all those books?" asking inquisitively. When the third gets on his knees to plead for the answer, the third's eyes widen and he laughs. "Only the answer to a cage's worst enemy. Paperwork," smirks cunningly. "Oh, please. Please tell me the answer so I can write that death down," the third begs Naruto too. "What did I want after talking to Oji.san and Ray-chan?" His eyes widen like dinner plates as he says, "Shadow clone jutsu." And he begins slamming his head against a wall while repeating, "Stupid. Stupid, stupid," was repeated repeatedly until the wall began to crack from the strain. Naruto chuckles, "You see, Oji.san, even the most deadly jutsu can save a life." "Thank God, that damnable paperwork is gone," Sarutobi shouted triumphantly. "Now, Oji.san, what about those things I requested? The Anbu who will be receiving the report scroll from you will receive them from me. Now excuse me while I go to finally defeat my mortal enemy." The third's eyes appeared malevolent and evil, and the background showed him dancing like a crazy person with fire while standing atop a mountain of signed and completed papers. "All right, Oji.san, I'll be able to depart shortly, correct?" After hearing Naruto say, "Hi Oji.san," he departs, saying, "Ashika and her husband will sign you out as soon as I leave Naruto.kun." The following day as usual, Naruto wakes up at precisely 6 in the morning and begins his morning routine, which consists of stretching, taking a shower, eating ramen with some vegetables and fruit, and reading. Throughout the night, Ray gave Naruto a data dump that contained the village and shinobi world history, the fundamentals of chakra, math, science, and geography, as well as a wealth of additional information about the other 9 Biju, the world's known bloodlines that Ray is aware of, and a lot of other topics that Academy lectures you about. Naruto was conversing with all 3 summons while Ray was doing that, asking them questions about their lives and other things to find out more about them. Ares, a maiden from the Wind Country before it became the desert it is today, told Naruto that the Wind Country was once all forest and nature before the Ichibi came and destroyed the entire area with its power over sand. She had a heart and soul as gentle and kind as the wind, but when she got angry, she was as dangerous as a hurricane, which scared Naruto and Ifrit. Known as the Princess of the Eternal Blue, because of her ocean like hair and eyes, Valina was a princess who grew up always near water. She was revered in her lifetime for treating everyone fairly and avoiding false accusations against those found guilty in court. One day, she tripped and fell off a cliff into the ocean, where she was swept away by the tide and current. She was then transformed into the water spirit because of her ability to remain composed and balanced like the water. Now Ifrit was the most surprising as he was a samurai that was casted into hell after he defeated a great demon. He wandered hell for hundreds to thousands of years, defeating any demon that crossed his path until he was cursed by a high-ranked devil and turned into a demon himself. In the living he was a calm and gentle man, but when enraged he turned into a man of legend that was called Demon of the West. He said that once he killed a whole army with his sword style called Hidden Mitsurugi. Ryu, I do not own and know he is not Kenshin or his master but an ancient user of the style, and also if this makes people think I am making a god like Naruto, then you're wrong, because Naruto, if allowed to learn, must only use this style to protect and not to brag about like Ifrit did in his human lifetime. That was said to attack with ultra sonic sword attacks and use very powerful kenjutsu attacks. When Naruto asked if he could learn it, he was told that if he could prove himself worthy of learning the style he would teach him. That gave Naruto the hope to being the first to ever use the style since ancient times, and so he promising Ifrit that he will push himself until he is worthy. Ignoring the sneers and looks from the villagers, Naruto went straight to the Hokage tower and asked the assistant who it was. The gorgeous Chunin Enko Midarashi, who reminded him of Ayame Chan from Ichiraku Ramen and was like an older sister to him. And Enko allowed Naruto to enter since the third Hokage was temporarily cleared. When Naruto entered the office, he saw 4 third Hokages rushing around doing paperwork, while another was sitting on the couch, reading an orange-covered book and laughing pervertedly every few seconds. "Good morning, Oji-san. Arrow. Oji-san," he shouts from the door, slightly startling the real third Hokage and all the clones. The elderly man was greeted with, "Oh, good morning, Naruto-kun," as the book vanished. Blonde accused. "You pervert." The elderly man blushes and turns away, whistling innocently. "I am not a pervert. I just think the plot is interesting with Jasmine and Belina being in a 3. Ahem, I mean it has a good plot, that's all." Naruto was deadpanned by Arrow. "Oji-san. Oh, I see. I suppose you came here to meet the Anbu, who will accompany you." Getting a nod from the blonde, he hands Naruto a small scroll and says, "Before I forget, here is a scroll for the Kage Bushin that I promised you, Naruto-kun. Arigato Oji-san, and also I see you are using my idea very well, and also I might have to remember to use Kage Bushin when I turn into a Hokage one day." "You're welcome, Naruto-kun, and I do think your idea is great." "Naruto-kun, what do you mean, Anyo? Are you aspiring to be the Hokage?" "Hello. I want to be the greatest person who has ever been and always will be." The third smiles at the boy's behavior as the blonde yells in a very joyful and upbeat manner. Anbu, wearing a bear mask, said, "All right, Naruto-kun, I'd like you to meet Yamato. You understand, Bear, that your job is to act as a liaison between Naruto-kun and me?" Yamato removes his bear mask and bows to the third, saying, "Hi Hokage Sama. And don't worry about your Anbu position because you will only be receiving and sending things once a month until Naruto is strong enough to do it on his own, so your Anbu missions are still being completed." The blonde says, "Nice to meet you Yamato-san. My name is Naruto Uzumaki." After a few seconds, Yamato shakes his hand. "It's a pleasure meeting you too Naruto-san. Alright, you two are dismissed and make sure to become real strong Naruto. I don't want to hold this title for much longer and have to wait for you." "Don't worry, Oji-san. I'll be the best once this is all over, so you won't have to hold it long." "Alright, since you will be training for some years, I suggest a place where no one would disturb you Naruto-kun. I have the perfect place in mind, since only the complete insane go there, it should never be touched." "Naruto-kun, where is this ideal location?" Yamato also wanted to know, so he asked the third. "Oh, you know of it Oji-san, since it is Anko Chan's favorite playground." The brunette giggles. Anko only performs at one training ground 44, also referred to as the Forest of Death, and both men's eyes enlarge upon hearing this. "Regarding that Naruto-kun, are you certain?" Concerned for the blonde, who was like a grandson to him, the third asked. "Hi Oji-san, and remember Anko Chan and me go in there every once in a while, so I know a perfect place to train without the worries of the beasts and creatures in the forest," assured Naruto. The third said, "All right, but please stay alive, Naruto-kun." He was still concerned about entering the Forest of Death. As he and Yamato depart to obtain training materials, the boy declares, "I will Oji-san." In the store owned by Tenten, Hidarashi Weapons. "All right, let's first get you some ninja gear to wear. Next, some senbon, shuriken, kunai, and other items required for everything you will be learning. Additionally, you will need a lot of scrap and high-quality, fine metal for your weapon forging training. To find out what affinity or affinities you have, you might as well get a chakra affinity paper." After some looking around, Naruto picked out a couple pairs of fishnet shirts, some black shirts, and some baggy forest green pants with extra pockets. He got a pair of bracers and ankle bracers that are chakra weights that when put into the weights increase. A forest green vest that is also weighed. A pair of steel-toed black boots and a couple pairs of black and red fingerless gloves. He also got a few boxes of each shuriken, kunai, senbon, and throwing knives. The metal was inside 3 different scrolls and was said to be carrying at least 100 kilograms of scrap metal, 75 kilograms of fine, and 50 kilograms of high quality. And as Yamato said, he got a chakra affinity paper. When all this was rung up, it was an astounding 100,500 ryu. Naruto knew that over the years he had saved up at least 80,000 from the usual monthly stipend from the old man. He was going to pay as much as he could, but Yamato said there was no need, as the third thought of the cost being high, so he gave Naruto a voucher that would put the bill on the Hokage, and later on Naruto could pay it off, which was okay with him. He got all of his belongings, changed out of the rags he was wearing, and put on some clothes. The shirt and pants helped him move more freely. Following their change, the two took the voucher and went to a grocery store to buy some food. Following the grocery store, all right, Naruto-kun, I think this covers everything you'll need for the training. If you need anything else, just ask me, and I'll go get it for you. Hi Yamato-san, after walking for a few hours. The notorious training grounds 44, also referred to as the Forest of Death, is a perfectly round, several kilometer diameter area that is home to beasts that make the 9 Biju appear insignificant, but not powerful, of course. Anko Mitarashi and Naruto would visit this forest every week to play hide and seek and other games until the end of the day. He practically knew it like the back of his hand. When the two entered the forest, they discovered a cavern that contained a small hut constructed by Naruto and Anko in case they spent the night outside. When Yamato asked why he was grinning, he was surprised to learn that the hut was under a high-ranking genjutsu and that only he and Anko could dispel it. Yamato was met with a wide-eyed look and a slack jaw. Upon closer inspection, the hut turned out to be a 2-story house with a full kitchen, 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a den, and other household items. When asked how this place is here, Naruto responded, "Me and Anko-chan built it, so technically this is both me and her winter home." Alright, Naruto, I'll go tell Anko-san that you've been residing in this house for years. Therefore, you should master that shadow clone jutsu while I'm away so you can start training. Yamato nods and departs via Shinshin. Following roughly 3 hours of instruction, I've finally mastered the jutsu, and based on my last count, I made about 500 before I passed out. Alright, Naruto-kun, I want you to get some rest so that I, Ifrit, Valina, and Ares can give you another data dump. And I get to spend a night with you, Ray-chan. The spirits then started revealing details about every level E and D ranked jutsu that they all knew, including some that only Ray knew, and Naruto fell asleep to be with Ray. The Mindscape members conversed endlessly after the data dump until Naruto had to wake up and start his extensive training schedule. 5 a.m. After waking up, Naruto goes about his daily routine. However, he eats toast, eggs, sausage, and milk in place of ramen. Once everything was ready, he went to his room and made 10 or so clones to read. One clone reads The Basics of Sealing, by Jiraiya of the Sannin. Another reads up on some taijutsu styles for Naruto to study. One reads up on genjutsu to learn how to cancel and possibly create some genjutsu on his enemies. 3 clones read the 3 basic books and scrolls on chakra control. 1 scroll on kenjutsu to look up a starting style in case he proves worthy for Ifrit's training in the hidden Mitsurugi Ryu style. 1 on weapon forging so he can make some actual weapons out of the metal he purchased. 1 on chakra sensing. And 1 on anatomy because he needs to understand the human body to the point where he can hit a specific spot on an enemy to instantly paralyze or kill them. The real Naruto was creating a training schedule for this month because he shouldn't make an annual one because so many things could happen to force him to change it while the clones read the books. After 2 days of reading and rereading the books, we can see Naruto training outside the cave. After learning that he has a stronger affinity for wind and a weaker affinity for fire and water. He had these before the spirits entered his body, but he now has strong fire and water and strong wind. To begin, Naruto created at least 1100 clones. 200 were to practice the basic chakra control exercises. 100 were to practice the basic seals he had learned. 100 were to practice accuracy while attempting to dodge another 100 clones for reflex and awareness training. 100 more, divided into 2 groups of half, were holding either a rusty katana or a rusty kodachi that Naruto had acquired for kenjutsu training. 100 were working on some scrap metal to make some makeshift senbon, kunai, shuriken, and throwing knives. 100 more were practicing chakra sensing. 50 were practicing genjutsu. 50 were practicing genjutsu, and the final ones were practicing all the E and D class jutsus that he was familiar with from the data dumps. The real Naruto uses at least 5 pounds of weight from each of his wrist and ankle bracers and roughly 15 pounds from his vest to perform strength and speed training exercises like push-ups, sit-ups, running miles, log punches, log kicks, and chin-ups. Additionally, he was swimming laps in a nearby river to aid in his endurance training. He would spend the entire year in this manner, attempting to become proficient in all the fundamentals to the point where he could perform them while he slept. Since Naruto had mastered the fundamentals of sealing, a blood seal was now applied to all of his scrolls. For special cases, he kept a supply of clean, empty scrolls on hand. He even has a sizable collection of explosive tags, flash tags, and other tags, basically any basic tag that Jiraiya had written down. Yamato would receive the report from Naruto each month, which included at least 4 stacks of 200 explosion tags, 100 flash tags, and the remaining 100 tags, each of which would be sold, with the proceeds going to the third party to settle all of his debts and purchase food and supplies. To give the tags even more strength and brighter flashes, Naruto even buffs them up. He would ask Yamato to open a money account under the alias of Sagara Sanosuke, using this Rurouni Kenshin name as the alias and I do not own. Once all of his debt was paid off in order to save the money for a rainy day. In the process, Naruto sealed the house's door with blood and installed high-level trap seals inside the cave and at the entrance, all of which were linked to chakra sensor seals, chakra seals, and blood analyzer seals to ensure that only those with specific blood and chakra could enter the cave. The only individuals who are currently permitted entry are Yamato, Anko, himself, and the third Hokage because only these 4 are aware of the house or that Naruto uses it as a residence during his training. Naruto's arms, legs, abs, pecs, and other body parts had all become more toned and muscular. In addition to growing his hair out to his shoulders and wearing it in a small ponytail at the back, he lost all of the baby fat on his face. He started out at around 3 feet 7 inches and is now 3 feet 10, still dressed in the clothes he purchased from the Shinobi store. For quicker reflexes and to avoid gaining too much bulk, he is built like a swimmer. Because the river is close by, he completes roughly 200 laps. He also uses water jutsu clones to make the water more difficult to navigate and more beneficial to his training for 20 to 30 laps. His current weights are 150 on his chest and 125 on each limb. He considered applying a gravity seal, but changed his mind until he could move quickly with it and his limbs weighed at least 200 pounds and his chest weighed 250 pounds. The blonde was successful in creating a fine kodachi, a few fine throwing knives, a kunai, a senbon, and a shuriken. He made some fine quality ones with them so he could sacrifice them in place of his superior ones in the event of combat. Additionally, he created a pair of trench knives that can use his wind chakra to sharpen and extend their range, and the kodachi can do the same. He is currently working on turning the scrap metal into fine or high quality metal by refining it and eliminating its impurities. He can create nearly any type of weapon out of scrap, fine, or high quality metal if he can perfect this. Even though his chakra control improved significantly, he still can't perform higher ranked jutsu because he will waste too much chakra on them. The blonde has so far mastered a number of fundamental exercises throughout the year, including leaf levitation over palm and push a ball with chakra. In an attempt to make the chakra string invisible to the unaided eye, he even made up his own exercises, such as tying a chakra string to a 10-pound lead ball with a weight seal on it and keeping the ball elevated for as long as he can while causing the ball to roll up and down like a yo-yo. He gradually increased the weight seal on it by 5 to 10 pounds each time he became proficient at a particular weight, reaching his current weight of nearly 135 pounds. He would be at least low Chunin if his chakra control were included in the ranking system. When he learns to walk on trees and walk on water, his control will increase even further. He can now sense up to 200 meters before it becomes hazy, which is a huge improvement in his chakra sensing abilities. The idea behind chakra sensing is to use what is known as a chakra pulse. A tiny wave of chakra that bounces off of any source that possesses chakra and returns to the user. If you're in a truly dark area and you don't know where the enemy is. This skill aids ninjas in their assassination, sabotage, and infiltration missions. Naruto's kenjutsu abilities are so strong that he can perform actual techniques with the blade after acquiring a suitable katana. He is currently developing a simple offensive, defensive art form with the kodachi that makes the most of its shorter length for both. The handle, handguard, and pommel add 12 centimeters to the kodachi's approximately 100 centimeters length, leaving the blade itself to be the remaining length. The handle is entirely black, with fine, hard leather wrapped around it in solid black. Both his accuracy and his reflexes have improved. From a distance of 100 feet, he can aim and hit a bullseye before the projectile loses speed and power. Additionally, Naruto can nearly bring a moving target down within 50 feet in one of the 8 main body parts using the anatomy book. Liver, lungs, spine, jugular vein, carotid artery, brain, kidneys, and heart. He can also now avoid projectiles that come from multiple directions and escape the barrage with only minor wounds and scratches, but he will need to continue honing his skills before he can begin dodging multiple blades and engaging in hand-to hand combat with Yamato and the Hokage. As of right now, Naruto is proficient in all E and D ranked elemental jutsus, and he even knows how to use the majority of them without hand seals. He will continue to work on them until he is able to use them all without the seals and discovers a way to make them more powerful without using more chakra. Naruto even knows some E and D ranked Inipo or demon art jutsus that involve his 3 affinities, which are essentially the equivalent to B in a human jutsu in terms of raw power and destruction, because of Rei and her knowledge of demons. Rei claims that Naruto could perform more jutsu without worrying about backfiring or using too much chakra if he were to become half demon. Although Naruto's genjutsu skills are still lacking, he will focus more on this topic once he raises the bar for his other skills. He can, however, currently create and disable the majority of E and D rank genjutsu. Due to the high level of focus required for Inipo genjutsu to function at its best, he will not begin practicing it until he is able to perform C-ranked and advanced human genjutsu. Naruto created 50 more clones to join the taijutsu clones after he was able to produce more, forcing them to practice and study 100 even for both styles. Naruto has nearly perfected both styles, and he earned an additional 100 to begin creating katas and attempting to fuse the 2 martial arts forms into a single one. He will have his own style that he and his family created if he can accomplish this and become an expert at it. Because of his healing abilities, Naruto didn't really consider this field at all. However, after Rei explained the advantages of learning medical ninjutsu, Naruto realized that he could use it to heal and protect his loved ones from harm in battle or other situations. Naruto is using 100 clones to learn the fundamentals of medical ninjutsu after Rei gives him a data dump of all the information. He gradually discovers that mastering medical ninjutsu involves understanding which herbs are used to create remedies for poisons of all kinds. With the intention of poisoning the enemy, Naruto even begins studying herbology and sets up a lab so that, with Anko-chan's assistance, he can begin creating his own poisons and broadening his already extensive attack base. In order to improve his stealth skills and expose weaknesses in the security of the Anbu headquarters, Naruto attempted to infiltrate the headquarters after being asked to accept a few special missions from the Third. He was questioned because the Third is aware of how Naruto moves through the streets without his guard Anbu noticing, and it is extremely dangerous for the Anbu to be unaware of where a 5-year-old is because what if an enemy ninja with exceptional stealth skills were to infiltrate the village? The village would suffer as a result, and the Anbu would be unaware of the incident. Kabuto with his information cards. Cough. You know who and what I mean. Overall, Naruto would be categorized as follows for the annual exams. Uzumaki Naruto 6 years old male sex date of birth, October 10th. Type of blood. B proficiency. Low to mid. Chunin for sealing. He is learning at his own pace in this field and will eventually be able to meet Jiraiya of the Sannin to discuss seals and get better notes on some of the seals so he can make them stronger and better while also creating a few trap seals. Stealth. Low to mid. Jonin. The more he performs those special missions and alerts others to the shortcomings of the Anbu HQ, the more stringent the security will be, which will help him advance in this area and ensure the village's safety. Low to mid. Chunin reflexes mid to high. Chunin speed. Mid to high. Chunin strength. The 3 fields above this will rise much more quickly once he applies that gravity seal. Chakra control. Low to mid. Chunin. This level is caused by all of his chakras and their constant growth. Therefore, his control was really poor at first and he had to start from scratch. Sensing chakra. Mid.to. High Chunin Kenjutsu. High. Genin to low. Chunin. He will advance more quickly in this field once he acquires a katana that can withstand the hidden Misarugi. Ryu style. Ninjutsu. Low to mid. Chunin. He will become high. Chunin to low. Jonin once he masters all the E and D ranked jutsus to no seals and begins on C ranked jutsu. Genjutsu. Mid to high. Genin. As previously stated, he will add more clones to work in this field once he has mastered the majority of his ninjutsu to the point where he has no seals left. Taijutsu. Low to mid. Chunin. He will also enter this field once he has mastered both martial arts to the point where he can enter katas flawlessly and fluently, then combine them and master it. The ranking system for this field is similar to that of ninja ranks. Apprentice. Genin, Journeyman. Chunin, Expert. Jonin, Artisan. Enbu, Master. Sanin, and Grand Master. Cage. Weapon Forging, Repairing. Journeyman bordering Expert. He will need to improve on his own once he receives more notes on this field. But once he receives notes from a nearby master or a grand master like the ones in Mist, he will be able to create even better trench knives, kodachi, and perhaps a katana made from the same rare ore that made all the blades that made the 7 swordsmen of the Mist legendary. Intelligence, Strategist and Tactician. Nearly as good as Shikamaru Nara. I use the Naras as a ranking system because, come to think of it, everyone knows that they are intelligent, have an IQ of over 200, and can quickly come up with 100 plans, and I'm not just talking about that. Since Ashika and his wife are the only doctors who teach a Naruto clone at the hospital while it is wearing a henge, medical jutsu, I'm not sure what its official name is high. Genin to low, Chunin. Shivers at the thought of Anko in the interrogation rooms. Poison creation, concoction. High. Genin to low. Chunin. This field went up quickly thanks to Anko and her snakes plus the fact that Anko and poison are always seen together. Chakra capacity. High. Jonin to low. Enbu. Consider that he was already mid. Chunin and almost high. Chunin when he began because he had Rei in him and because tearing off that 1/8 piece of the seal gave him a lot more Yuki or demon chakra. Additionally, because Anbu are very powerful, they are ranked below Cage and Sanin. Survival skills. Mid to high Chunin. It takes a lot of skills to survive out in the forest of death even in that house because once he gets there, the only food he will have is the food he bought before beginning training, every time he enters the village for a mission, which isn't often, and the wildlife in the forest itself. He has also been living alone for 2 years of his life, and the constant beatings force him to spend at least a week in the wilderness before returning to his destroyed apartment. Missions. S ranked. 0. Infiltration missions will soon reach this level, but not until the following year. A. Ranked. 6. The missions involving infiltration. B. Ranked. 0C ranked. 0D ranked 36. He also had clones go and complete these missions to raise more money. Even though he was probably already wealthy, but he also created a second account under the alias of Kenshin Himura, yes. I am aware that it is Kenshin's name, and I am only using it as a fictitious name for the bank account, nothing more, I swear. And I do not own Nobuhiro Watsuki does just to prove my point to you people. So he could have both a ninja and a civilian account, ninja for missions and provide money on the spot for it, and civilian for his family when he considers starting one in the ensuing decades. The morning following the examinations, in the Hokage's office. Here, we see the third Hokage and Nordo sitting in his office reviewing all of the tests and determining Naruto's score. We have just finished reading through all of his missions when the grandfather and grandson begin discussing the outcomes. Looking at Naruto's new file, which is kept hidden from everyone but the Hokage, the third remarked, well, Naruto-kun, your training has really worked out, and if you continue from now you might actually become the strongest person in the world before you even reach that is for Genin to graduate. Hi OG.san, I am glad I started doing this cause if I didn't I wouldn't be able to protect my precious people and loved ones like you, Rei. Chan, Old Man Tucci, and Ayame. Chan, laughed Naruto. With a broad smile, Sarutobi remarks, that you do Naruto.kun and from looking at these files you might be the Gondame Hokage just yet. Naruto chirped, I won't let you down OG.san. Give them to him, I think, because he's worked so hard to get to where he is now, Sarutobi thought. Anyo Naruto.kun? Hi OG.san? Naruto's eyes widened as Sarutobi said softly, I think it is time I told you about your parents. For the first time in a long time, Naruto stammered, What do you mean, about my parents? After saying, what I mean is that you are strong enough to know about your parents Naruto.kun. The third approaches the fourth's portrait, takes it off, and waves a chakra encrusted hand to create a blood seal. After Sarutobi bit his thumb and covered the seal with blood, a poof emerged from the seal, which vanished to reveal a safe. After entering the safe's code, Sarutobi heard a click, and the third opened the safe to reveal some scrolls. He picks up the scrolls and returns to his desk, where he places them in front of him for Naruto to see. As he handed Naruto a scroll with an advanced blood seal on it, Sarutobi said, Okay, Naruto. Here are your family scrolls with some letters from your parents, and might I suggest you read the one from your father before the one from your mother because I believe hers will calm you down in case something happens. Naruto began reading something that would change him forever after biting his thumb and smearing the blood on the scroll. Greetings, Naruto. Hello, son. I'm sorry I can't be with you, but fate likes to be a complete bitch, so I can't. You see, the village is going to be destroyed by the Kyuubi, but I fail to understand why. The Kyuubi is normally a fairly calm creature that doesn't care about humanity, so I find it incomprehensible that it would go on the rampage and attack a ninja village that has been peacefully defending its forest from destruction. However, I'm just straying from the subject. I'm Yondaime Hokage, Konoha's Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, and I'm sorry to tell you this, son. You should be aware that you have the Kyuubi inside of you if you are reading this, even though I know it's a lot to process. The fact that your mother, Kushina Uzumaki, also known as Konoha's Red Angel of Death, passed away while giving birth to you is my biggest regret. She was a woman who wore clothing that was always red and orange, and she had gorgeous red hair that reached her shoulders. He smiles sorrowfully, realizing that his mother gave him the urge to wear orange. She was both beautiful and dangerous. If you are angry, you won't see light the next day, which nearly happened to your godfather, Jiraiya Sensei, who was my sensei as a child. When Naruto learned that his godfather was also the author of the sealing books he had been studying for the past year, he was shocked and immediately wanted to meet him to discuss seals and his parents. Additionally, don't go and blame yourself for her death. It wasn't. Rather, it was the stress of the Kyuubi attack and a weakening heart from an illness that caused you to be born 1 month early, which led to her death from heart issues. Before you curse me to hell and back, I must explain that I was only able to use you as the vessel son because, as Hokage, I was unable to ask any of the people to voluntarily give up one of their children. Help the many over those of the few, is a phrase that I had no choice but to use because of its fucking logic. Additionally, before you blame Sarutobi Dono for his reluctance to give you this letter, I will explain why you were not informed of your ancestry. If you already know, then you know that Iwa and Kumo both hated me to the extent that if my name was even mentioned they would kill the person in an instant as if she performed treason. What if your name had been revealed as the son of the fourth? Even when I use Hiroshin, Iwa and Kumo would be on your ass faster. Believe me, that's fast. However, thanks to my lineage as well. You do have a lineage, and your mother may have given you a second one. However, because of the bloodline of my clan, we were singled out for our ability to teleport by using a special kunai that was adorned with rites. I wish I could have been there when you grew up and became a legendary ninja. I'm sorry, my son. Teardrop stain. However, the Kyuubi is almost at the gates as I write this, so I must go meet it. There are now 3 additional scrolls with this letter. One includes a number of bank slips and statements that relate to my secret account, Arashi Kazama, as well as our clan account. The next scroll is my clan scroll, which contains my notes on 2 of my most well-known jutsus, Rasengan and Hiroshin. that, when combined, made me and our lineage genuinely famous. The last one is the keys and directions to our house on Hokage Mountain. There are also notes about adding elemental chakra to Rasengan, which will make you the only person to pass me in something. After reading that, Naruto became even more determined to make his father proud by giving the Rasengan his elements and becoming famous for outdoing his father in something that was thought to be impossible. My son, I'm so sorry. Just keep in mind that you were and will always be loved by your mother and me. Your dad, Namikaze Minato. P.S. We will be waiting to hear about your legacy, son, so be proud and be the next to assume the title of the Yellow Flash, since you were the last member of your clan and everyone else died off after the war except for me. As Naruto finished reading the scroll, tears began to trickle down his cheeks. After placing the scroll back on the desk, he began to cry uncontrollably as he thought, they really loved me. My parents really loved me, the blonde thought contentedly. The third went right away to reassure his somewhat grandson and help him relax, but as soon as he began to embrace him, he heard the blonde boy say something that calmed him down and convinced him that he wasn't angry with his father. Father, I will take on your legacy and revive our clan. I will be the next Yellow Flash, but not just that. The brunette stopped to regroup. I will be more than that. I will make my legacy and be known as Konoha's Elemental Flash Fox. To make both you and mother proud of your son, said a weeping Naruto. A delighted third Hokage to see the return of the former Naruto remarked, that you will Naruto.kun, and let me say the name suits you in a way due to the spirits and Rei.san inside you. Naruto began with joy but ended with sadness, saying, and that is the reason I made up the name Oji.san. Now I need to read my mother's scroll to see what she had to say before she passed away. The third gave Naruto another hug and said he would be there for him if necessary, then nodded and returned to his seat. Naruto then began reading his mother's scroll after opening it. Dear Naru-chan, the name she gave him causes his eyes to well up once more. You probably already know about the Kyuubi, your father, and me from his scroll if you are reading this. Konoha's Red Angel of Death is my title, and as you may know, my name is Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze. Because Whirlpool Country was destroyed during the Third Great Ninja War, I am an orphan. I apologize for not being there with you, our son, but I will accept it if it comes to this, but I will not give up easily. He finally understands that his mother gave him the will to keep going even though it is hopeless, and he felt proud of it. Just to let you know, it is my fault that you develop an addiction to red and orange. The blonde laughed when he read that, and the old man began mumbling things like, damnable traits passing down to children. And so that's where he got his love for orange and red from, when he told the third about it. I want you to know that both your father and I adore you, my little Naru-chan. We had nearly everything planned for your birth, but unfortunately, Kami-sama had it planned too. Your father nearly missed our 8-month wait because of my experiences. We even had to keep my pregnancy a secret, which made him shiver and wish he would wait until he was much older to have children. We are the only ones who are aware of your two bloodlines, but very few others are aware of your heritage. My dujutsu is called Soshigen, Element Eyes, while your father's was a body bloodline called Fukyu Hirameki, Eternal Flash. You can learn about our blood limits in our clan scrolls. My gifts to you, son, are this and a few other items in my other scrolls. I hope you live a long and happy life. I love you, son. Live long. Namikaze Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto was being consoled by both Rei on the inside and Sarutobi on the outside as he sobbed joyfully at finally knowing who his parents were and knowing that they died for him. He sobbed until he fell asleep in the old man's arms. While the third and 3 of his clones worked on paperwork, the cage's plague, the third placed Naruto on the couch with a pillow and a blanket to sleep on. The following morning, like a certain blonde will do in the future, Naruto woke up in the Hokage office and stretched his rigid body. The clones watched him jealously as they completed all the paperwork, filing, and other office tasks while the third Hokage sat at his desk reading an orange-covered book. You know who I mean. The third quickly closed the book and concealed it as he watched Naruto, who had finally woken up, yawn loudly. With a gentle and considerate tone, Sarutobi said, "Good morning, Naruto.kun. I hope you had a nice sleep after yesterday's incident." "Yay, I did Oji.san, and also I found out something very interesting while I slept," told Naruto. Naruto was not at all happy when he and Rei discussed what led her to attack Konoha last night while he was sleeping. Sarutobi asked inquisitively, "Oh, and what pray tell might that be?" With a somber tone that caused the third's eyes to widen, Naruto stated, "The true reason behind Rei's attack on Konoha 6 years ago." A grave Hokage inquired, "And what happened to make her attack Konoha?" "She told me," Naruto says before discussing the exchange. Start of the flashback. "Hey Rei-chan, hi Naruto-kun? I was curious to know the real reason behind your attack on Konoha since in my father's scroll he said you were a kind and peaceful creature that didn't interfere with the humans much," requested our blonde hero. Rei's eyes shadowed as she remembered what had happened. "I was in my den sleeping a few weeks before I attacked when a pair of humans entered my den. The first one was a man with pale white skin and yellowish snake-like eyes and reeked of snake. He emitted an evil and crazy aura, but it was nothing compared to the other man. The other man reeked of evil and darkness that could almost rival that of my own when I am a bit angry. He wore an orange mask, with a spiral on it, that covered his left eye, and when I looked into his right eye there was a red pupil with a strange design on it. I instantly knew that it was the Mangekyo Sharingan from how it looked. The two men were called Orochimaru and Madara Uchiha. They both had the same plan to destroy Konoha and were planning on using me to do it, but of course I refused to do a thing and ordered them out of my den, but something happened to the Uchiha's eye and it started spinning. The eye held so much power that it had casted a very powerful genjutsu that made my dormant bloodthirsty side come out, and with the influence of the genjutsu I had only one objective, and that was to destroy Konoha even if it was against my will." As she spoke her story she was getting sadder and sadder until she finished and broke down crying. Naruto was holding Rei and consoling her right away, just like she did for him when he was crying. The flashback concludes. Naruto concluded, "And that's how it happened Oji-san." To describe Sarutobi's feelings as shocked and angry would be an understatement. As the Hokage radiated ki and cursed himself for not getting rid of his damned student when he and Enma had the opportunity, the entire tower trembled. When the ki was felt across the village, everyone thought the Kyuubi had risen again. However, all of the ninja knew exactly who was releasing this power, and they were all terrified to death, hoping that whoever the third was angry with would have a happy or damned afterlife. In a different laboratory, a pale man working on a random experiment felt his blood run a little cold and a huge shiver go down his spine. The man searched frantically but was unable to find the cause. With a shrug, he returned to his experiments. Returning to the workplace, Naruto emerged from his hiding place beneath the chair after the third had calmed down. A second ago, he was terrified of the power emanating from the elderly man, and he was extremely relieved that he was not the target. Naruto and Sarutobi resumed their conversation after calming down. "Ahem. Sorry about that Naruto-kun. It's alright Oji-san, but please don't do that again. I thought I saw Kami-sama from the lack of air," laughed Naruto. Sarutobi handed Naruto several scrolls and said, "Well, I think you have training to go do, so I won't hold you up Naruto-kun. Here are the scrolls from your parents." Naruto bowed and hurried out of the office to visit his clan's home after saying, "Hi Oji-san, and I will be back for more missions later on in the months." On the mountain of Hokage, after traversing the forest atop Hokage Mountain for approximately half an hour, Naruto approached a sizable gate that was encircled by overgrowth and vines. The gates were 20 feet high. The walls appeared solid and old. Naruto whipped some of his blood onto the wall after carefully inspecting it and discovering a blood seal. The gates began to slowly open as a faint sound of gears turning could be heard. Naruto's jaw dropped when he saw the house beyond the gates, which appeared to be made of cement or lead. A huge 3-story clan house that was at least 500 to 600 feet away was encircled by a compound that was on par with the Uchiha compound in size. Along a road that led directly to the clan house, there were several 2-story homes. There were also main side roads that led to additional homes. Trees, overgrown bushes, overgrown flower beds, and a few creatures and animals could be seen along the road. A snow-white fox that was at least 1 foot 8 tall and 1 foot 11 long was the most noticeable animal running around. Along with a few other foxes and what appeared to be Itachi's weasels, the fox was running around. All of the animals and pets stopped to watch the blonde intruder as the gate closed behind Naruto as he was walking. Most of the pets began growling and went into guardian mode. As the son of the late owner, Naruto attempted to reassure them that this was now his home. They all calmed down and resumed playing after he spoke directly to the foxes, who he appeared to understand because of the agreement with Rei. After putting that out of the way, Naruto returned to studying his new home and made 20 clones to go around the houses and streets while he went to investigate his clan's house. As he ascended the narrow flight of stairs, tears welled up in his eyes at the thought of his clan home. Went to the door and opened it with one of the keys he had received. There was a little burst of air as the door opened, as though the house had been holding its breath for years. As Naruto entered, he found himself in the foyer, where photographs of strangers adorned the walls. A sensation that seemed to tell him that he was at last at home came over him as he walked down the hall and into the living room, and he felt his heart tighten. The living area measured roughly 20 by 30 by 20, width by length by height. There were 2 blue leather couches along one wall, separated by a small coffee table with a lamp on it. A mediocrely sized fireplace stood across from the couches. The space felt comfortable and ideal for large family get-togethers thanks to a few chairs and a couple love seats. Naruto entered the dining room after viewing the living room and was taken aback by the 6x4x4 oak table and chairs surrounding it. Naruto was taken aback to discover that the kitchen was fully stocked with nearly everything a chef could possibly need, with the exception of fresh food, which was fortunately sealed up by the elderly man in some scrolls on the counter to be preserved over time. He looked all over the first floor and discovered 3 bathrooms, at least 3 guest bedrooms, a toy room that made him cry, and a door that didn't seem to open, but he will check into that later. The clones scattered as he was about to ascend the stairs, and he had a fairly thorough map of the compound. At least 5-2-story houses were present. I made a mental note to go to the park and meet the little guardians in the small park where most of the animals were playing. The East District had a river and waterfall, and the West District had a hot spring. Then, he created more clones to go and gather items from every house and bring them to the living room of the clan home. These items included traps, food, weapons, tags, scrolls, and, most importantly, photos of his entire deceased family. The real Naruto explored the second floor while they were doing that. He discovered a dojo, a forge and weapons room, a laundry room, and 4 additional bathrooms and bedrooms on the second floor. Because it contained the master bedroom where his late mother and father shared a bed before they passed away, the third floor was now the most sentimental of all. Konoha's yellow flash was written in gold threading on the back of his father's renowned cloak, which was in the closet. However, the moment he opened a door into a room with sky blue wallpaper that nearly matched the color of his eyes was the one thing that caused him to start sobbing uncontrollably. There were numerous toddler-appropriate stuffed animals scattered throughout the space. There were 2 stuffed frogs and a fox on a rocking chair in the corner. Even though it was 9:30 in the morning, it appeared as though he was gazing up at the night sky through the ceiling. The baby blue crib in the corner with several plush animals surrounding it was the one item that nearly broke his heart. Before Naruto returned to the real world, Rei had to coo him with calming words from inside his head for at least 20 minutes. After shutting the door, he pledged that his children would use this room once he had a family. Now that he had thoroughly explored the house save for that one room, he went downstairs and into the living room, where he discovered a dozen stacks of scrolls labeled food, empty, weapons, poison, traps, and other crucial items for his training, missions, and daily life. One scroll caught his attention the most because it said, "Pictures," on its tag. In addition to organizing the room and keeping a thorough inventory of everything in it so he could quickly retrieve what he needed, Naruto had created a few more clones to go put the food scrolls away in the kitchen and the other scrolls containing the ninja items into the weapons storage on the second floor. In order to increase Naruto's chakra control, the clones even devised a method of organizing and moving the scrolls by affixing chakra strings to them. The real Naruto began browsing through the photos of all his relatives with happy faces while they were doing that, which made him happy and joyful. Naruto was shocked to discover at least 2.4 acres of land in the backyard after the clones were done. A gazebo, a swimming pool, a vegetable and herb garden, and a sizable training area with an obstacle course that appeared to have been designed by and for the devil were all present. In fact, there was a target range. Overall, this clan's home and compound was fucking awesome and entirely his. Naruto and his army of 100 clones spent the remainder of the day cleaning the entire compound and working until the dirt was spotless. It took them all day, and they even went and started seeding the garden to get it up and growing. We all know it can't, but it's another way of saying he cleaned it up until he dropped. Our blonde hero is now weary from sitting against a tree in the park and watching the animals play together as though everything was peaceful and harmonious. In addition, he is stroking the snow white fox with which he became friends following the encounter on the clan road. After about an hour, all of the animals arrive, lay down around Naruto, and go to sleep as the sun sets. From where he was sitting, Naruto witnessed what was likely the most breathtaking sight he had ever seen in his life. The sky was glowing a vivid orange as the sun was setting, with hints of yellow scattered across it. Beautiful was the only word in the entire English language that could adequately describe it, Naruto said in awe. Naruto and all of the animals cuddled up to each other after the sunset and fell asleep right away. Naruto felt strange, but he felt obligated to protect and care for them because they were all his family. The following day, Naruto and Vaughn, his new fox friend, went straight to the main house's living room after waking up. In order to learn more about his bloodlines and clan techniques, Naruto recalled to read the clan scrolls belonging to his father and mother. Vaughn is contentedly rubbing Naruto's belly while he opens his father's clan scroll. Naruto, this scroll contains all of our family's techniques that were quickly intended to be used in a kenjutsu style known as Sora.to Ryu. This style calls for the user to use powerful strikes to cause the opponent to lose ground, followed by extremely quick and lethal strikes to finish the opponent when the time is right. Then there is Raikon Hekiriki, the taijutsu style of our clan, which requires us to use powerful, quick, and fluid combos to quickly defeat our opponents. A sealed door in the main house contains all of your mother's and my jutsu as well as jutsu that was supposedly lost long ago of all elements, so don't worry, little head. I know you probably wanted a lot of jutsu. 3 blood seals can be found at the bottom of this scroll. The first one has all of my notes and 5 pairs of my prized tri-pronged kunai, and the last one has some notes on a special seal I've been making that I believe you could use when you eventually transform into a half-demon. The first one also contains my prized katana, called Kuro Denku, which was crafted with the same rare ore that made the 7 Mist Swordsman's swords legendary and that allows any kind of chakra to enhance it. Yes, I am aware that it is startling, but because Kyuubi's chakra is continuously transforming into your own chakra through the seal, your body will begin to push the Yuki away from you. However, because it is continuously entering you without turning into a half-demon, you may explode from overload. This caused Naruto to remind himself in his mind to ask Rei about that. The final item is your ancestry. Fukyu Hirameki is the name of our lineage. We are able to survive thanks to the Hiroshin.no jutsu technique I developed. When we want to reach a specific seal, this jutsu enables us to move at light speed. However, I was able to use the ability repeatedly by writing the seal on a piece of paper and attaching it to some of my tri-pronged kunais. As soon as the kunai strikes something, I teleport to that location and defend my allies from any enemies, so I knew exactly where to go. Let's return to Hiroshin and the bloodline. Since Hiroshin transports us at the speed of light, the force it produces would crush any other human, but because of our ancestry, it has no effect on us. Pretty cool, huh, son? Love from the bottom of my heart, you and your dad, Minato Namikaze. Naruto was amazed at the power of his lineage. He wouldn't be impacted at all if he traveled at the speed of light. Damn, was Naruto's exclamation as he slipped his blood over the first seal and a blade emerged. The blade featured a 13 cm long white handle with a black lightning pattern extending in all directions. Pure white lightning was streaking in all directions along the blade, which was pitch black as if it were completely dark. His mother's and father's names are etched on both sides of the blade. For the rest of his life, he would treasure this blade. He pushed one of his hairs against the 27-inch long blade, and the hair split perfectly. The sheath was also an artistic creation. The hardened steel sheath featured a dragon design encircling it. Its mouth agape as though it would consume the blade handle when it was in its sheath. With the care of a newborn, he put the blade back in its sheath and placed it aside. Naruto then opened the notes and gave them to Hiroshin and Rasengan. Along with them, he opened crates of rubber balls and water balloons. Rasengan's notes stated that the water balloons were necessary for the first step and the rubber balls for the second. With a shrug, he took out a sealing scroll and put the crates and the notes to Rasengan away. He read the rites and studied the notes to Hirishin and the tri-pronged kunai. He was practically overjoyed to have been given the opportunity to learn the jutsus after examining the kunai. The special notes for the seal his father was working on were finally opened by him. According to the notes, if applied correctly, some spirits will be able to communicate mentally and form connections through their minds. Before it hit him, he believed that was essentially how he and Rei communicated. The realization and thought caused his eyes to widen. If he ever opened the seal on Rei, his father provided him with the tools to stay in touch with her in his mind. This was added to the list of topics he wanted to discuss with Rei. Now he had to see what his mother had left him, and he was dying of anticipation if it was anything like what he had inherited from his father. He began reading his mother's scroll after opening it. Hi there, Naru-chan, you must have received the letters of apology if you were reading this. I'll cut to the chase and tell you what our bloodline, the Soshigan, is capable of. Your ancestor, Fugaki Uzumaki, is the only member of our clan who has reached the 4th level, which is in addition to the 3 regular levels of Soshigan. Activating your eyes will allow you to see. Level 1. When you are in this state, you are in your early stage and can only use jutsu of any kind with a slight increase in damage and focus. Additionally, the person's affinity is hardly visible, but it will grow stronger in the upcoming levels. Its final function is to determine the level of another person's chakra pool and adjust it accordingly, though this will take time as you advance in level. The processing time is likely to be a few minutes. Level 2. In this state, you have a slight ability to copy jutsu and gain a moderate boost in elemental power. However, it will be similar to the Sharingan's first state, which is one tom in both eyes, where you can hardly understand the mechanics of the jutsu. You could use your affinity identifier as a heat vision tool by utilizing the person's natural affinities to increase both distance and clarity. The processing speed of the chakra pool reader significantly increases. 45 to 60 seconds now, down from a few minutes. Level 3. Although this is the most difficult normal to attain with consequences, the increase in strength, control, focus, and vision makes it worthwhile. The effects can almost slow down time, much like a real Sharingan does to predict movement, and the copy ability rises to that of a 2-ton Sharingan. When you don't have Soshigan activated, you can see better at night and the identifier gets farther and clearer. The processing speed of the chakra pool reader increases significantly. From 45 to 60 seconds to nearly instantaneous now. Before I tell you about the last level of the Soshigan, I will warn you. Pay attention to what I say, son, because I don't want a blind son when he gets to the other side. Akuma.no. Soshigan, demonic element I, is the final level of the Soshigan. Your eye will change dramatically, almost taking on the appearance of a demon, as the name suggests. However, before attempting to obtain this power, my son, you must understand that it will require the loss of a loved one. Which shocked Naruto when he read that, and that you must recover from the psychological trauma of that loss in order to obtain the Akuma.no Soshigan. However, if you do reach this level, practice with it until you become proficient before using it in combat to avoid blindness. Naruto would heed the warning even though he knew that Rei could simply heal his eyes. Akuma.no Soshigan. At this stage, you have incredible control over the elements, giving you the impression that you have complete mastery over them. You also get a huge boost in strength, control, focus, and vision. At this level, your eyesight is comparable to that of a fully grown Byakugan from the Hyuga clan, which translates to sight for nearly a kilometer. Although you have nearly the same control over the elements as the Biju, they have greater control because they have been around for thousands of years. Clarity of the identifier improves, and at night the abilities improve to include heat vision, night vision, and the ability to look closely enough to examine the human body, similar to what the Byakugan can do but not at the same distance. This is where the chakra pool reader's processing reaches its peak. In order to determine whether or not someone is lying, the procedure is instantaneous and can also measure their heart rate. This skill allowed our ancestor to be an excellent interrogator and healer. The gifts I possess in the seals below come with the bloodline now that I've overcome it. One is my twin Kodachi, which are designed to be used in our family's twin blade style, which alternates between using one blade as the primary attacker and the other as the primary defender, creating confusion, losing balance, and creating an almost impenetrable defense. The Clan Leader Necklace, which is included in the next seal, moderately increases our power over the elements when we use natural affinites and slightly when we use other affinites. Additionally, Son, this next seal contains 2 items that are extremely valuable to both your father and me. Our wedding rings are included in the seal, but the person wearing one or both of them with the necklace also has even more control over your natural elements because of the seal on the rings. However, more power means more control, so practice your control until you can effortlessly use the 3 with our bloodline and prove to the world that you are the first elemental master. After reading the scroll, Naruto began to weep over the things his parents had left him. Naturally, they left items beneath him that were very likely the most valuable to them. He was going to be the best in the world, respect their wishes, and bring them pride. Naruto was mesmerized by the twin Kodachi's sheaths alone when he opened them. One was made of hardened carbon steel and featured a phoenix with fire blazing from the bottom to nearly the top, giving the impression that the phoenix is rising to soar from the fires. An emerald and a green dragon wrapped themselves around the other Kodachi sheath, their wings spread and their claws intertwined like a web. One Kodachi handle was dark orange, and the other was blood red. He was astounded by the design and craftsmanship of the first Kodachi when he opened it, the one with the red handle. Because the steel was blood red from the top, which was a darker shade, to the edge, which was a lighter shade, the reinforced hardened carbon steel blade appeared to be constantly covered in blood. Overall, the blade appeared to be covered in blood. When he resheathed that one and unsheathed the other, he was shocked to discover that it was an emerald green rather than orange. When he weighed it and the other Kodachi, he discovered that they were surprisingly light, just like his father's katana. Upon closer examination, he noticed that the Kodachi had the inscriptions, Emerald Glade, on one and Red Rose, on the other. He would treat these weapons with the same reverence as if they were divine weapons. Upon opening the necklace, he discovered that it was incredibly gorgeous, with a sky blue top and an emerald green bottom that swirled together in an endless whirlpool in the center. The most magnificent aspect is that it appears as though the small cycle inside the stone was sustained by chakra. After putting on the necklace, he turned to face the mirror. As he looked at it, he had the impression that it was a connection to his very soul. He then opened the rings and discovered that they appeared to be worth 3 times a king's fortune. The kanji for love was inside the ring of his mother's ruby, which, upon close inspection, was almost obvious to indicate that it was a flawlessly polished stone. Kushina's birthday is July 10th, so I got her a ring with her birthstone. I'll do the same for Minato, whose birthday is January 25th. His father's ring was a beautifully crafted garnet ring with the kanji for true inside. Upon assembling them, he grinned as they uttered the words, true love. He put them on and felt as though he was getting closer to his parents each time he used these scrolls. All of the scrolls have now been read, with the exception of the taijutsu, kenjutsu, and ninjutsu ones. In order to have multiple styles under his belt and be a deadly force on the battlefield, Naruto will first master his other taijutsu and kenjutsu techniques. After getting up, Naruto went to the one door that he couldn't open and looked for a seal. After 10 minutes or so, he discovered it well concealed and undoubtedly under a genjutsu. The door unlocked after he swiped his blood, and as he stepped inside, his jaw hung so low that you could practically hear the floor crackle. There were thousands and thousands of books and scrolls in the library. He believed the room to be the house, but then he saw that his father had created a sort of storage seal that made the room appear nearly 3 stories on the inside while still appearing to be a typical room from the outside. As Naruto wandered around and examined the area, he mentally mapped out the locations of all the genjutsu, ninjutsu, taijutsu, kenjutsu, medical jutsu, and other items. Naruto spent nearly an hour exploring the entire area and was ecstatic to have all of this information and be able to use it for learning. When he was finished, he resealed it and left the room. He was aware that he needed to resume his training. Sending Enko a clone to inform her that she must now come to his compound rather than her cave home. Today marked the beginning of Naruto's 2nd year of training. Nearly 2,100 clones were created by Naruto, who then sent them off to perform their duties. In response to his mother's warning, Naruto sent at least 300 clones to practice controlling his chakras. To get more and more control, He planned to incorporate other exercises into his water and tree walking. He needed more control because he was accumulating a lot of chakra, so he wanted the clones to master them while he was blindfolded. After they completed that, he sent 300 to practice his taijutsu and 100 to work on higher grade seals, breaking them down into his nearly mastered styles and combining them. To train his D and C ranked wind, water, and fire jutsus, he dispatched 150. Additionally, he sent 50 clones to study Earth and Lightning E and D ranked jutsus in the library. To work on D ranked genjutsus, he dispatched 100. He worked on accuracy for 100 and reflexes for 100. He assigned 100 to practice basic and moderate poisons and another 100 to practice medical jutsu ranked E and D. He dispatched 200 workers to forge and repair weapons. After that, he had the remaining 300 practice his kenjutsu using his trench knives, kodachis, and new katana. And the final 100 to improve his range of chakra sensing. To discuss his thoughts and the fact that his bloodlines are dormant, the real Naruto entered his mindscape and spoke with Rei. The mindscape of Naruto in the typical sewer where Rei-chan has spent his entire natural life, Naruto makes an appearance. The three spirits were in their respective kanji, either sleeping or assisting his clones in their ninjutsu training, while Rei was now dozing off in her cage. Naruto approaches Rei's sleeping form and grinned at her adorable and serene face. If you think Naruto is wrong for thinking this, then you're not paying attention to Anko's presence in his daily life. Naruto sat down and placed Rei's head on his lap. She didn't seem to mind too much, and then Naruto leaned back, forgetting that there was nothing behind him, only to have a wall materialize out of nowhere. After giving it some thought, Naruto realized that he could transform this place into anything he desired, and he did just that. Naruto transformed his mindscape into what appears to be a prairie using his knowledge of Rei's memories, but it was actually encircled by mountains that were miles away. About 500 yards away, there was a lake and a river that split off. The prairie was surrounded by a forest. The animals were living their normal lives as though they were real. Rei looked even more stunning than before as the sun shone on her face. He sat there rushing his fingers through Rei's hair while leaning his back against a tree behind him. He kept thinking about all the questions he wanted to ask her in order to get the majority of his thoughts answered. Rei began to wake up as if on cue. Rei's first sensation was that her head was resting on something soft. She then opened her eyes, but the sunlight caused her to close them. Hold on, sunlight? When her eyes opened, she saw the prairie in all its splendor, just as she had remembered. Before she heard and felt her pillow move and laughed at her perplexed expression, she was wondering how she got here. She turned to see Naruto grinning broadly while seated against a tree. He laughed again when she repeatedly opened and closed her mouth because she was unable to form any words. That finally caused her to ask the question that had been bothering her since she had woken up, bringing her out of her reverie. How? It's my mind, remember, so finally realized that I could make this place anything I wanted, and that was a memory of yours from your distant past. I thought I would give this as a gift for how much you have helped me with up until now. Naruto said with a genuine smile. It was unbelievable to her. As a gift to her, Naruto.kun simply altered his thoughts. The sight of the place filled her with happiness and joy. She simply put her head back down and enjoyed the sky. Even though there wasn't much cloud cover, the clouds were still present and constantly shifting in response to the wind. When she heard Naruto begin talking to her, she was startled out of her observations. Hey Rei-chan? Yes, Naruto.kun. Rei looked down as he said, I need to ask you about something. If you mind, of course. After receiving a nod from the attractive woman on his lap, he went on. I read in my father's scroll that I might have to turn into a half-demon to stay alive when I reach a certain age, is he correct? Well, yes, he is right, since being that I am above 6 tails in power, my chakra will cause you to explode the longer you stay human. You will also have to go through a special transformation through a special ritual that makes your body physically change to that of the demon inside of you. Since I am a fox demon, you will turn into a half-human/half-fox. I do not know the details after that, so we will have to wait and see when it will happen. Rei sadly replied that he would be furious with her for having to become a Hanyu. The blonde smirked before turning into a smile as he glanced down at Rei. Huh, so pretty much I become a demon of sorts? Alright, I don't mind, and also with me being a half-demon, then I will be immortal age-wise and be able to live with you forever. She essentially told his container that he would be what people call him, and he was okay with it. Rei wanted to be with her forever, but he could no longer believe it. Thinking about how much she would love her life with Naruto while gazing out at the prairie made her feel as though she was in paradise. She let out a sigh of relief as she nestled deeper into Naruto's lap. "Hey Rei-chan, I have another question that has been bugging me ever since the scrolls as well," the blonde hero replied. With a, "Hi Naruto-kun. Rei, why haven't my bloodlines appeared yet? I know I am a little young, but shouldn't I be getting the first stage of my Soshigen now? Or are they dormant and need a special way to activate them?" asked Naruto. "Well, from what I think is that it has to do with the seal and how it is holding stuff back like my chakra, but also maybe your bloodlines." Rei made a guess. Rei nods, and he reaches for her neck with his right hand. "So if I were to rip off another part of the seal I would get my bloodlines working again?" he asks. When Rei feels Naruto's hand clinging to something around her neck, she is startled. She asked for an explanation, but Naruto gave her a painful look in return as he released the collar, which was the new one, 8th form of the seal. Naruto felt dizzy after the pain passed and went back to the real world to sleep. Actual world, it is late in the afternoon when Naruto awakens, and all of the clones are still in training. To avoid too much overload, he dispelled them by the hundreds at 10-second intervals. With a funny feeling in his eyes that he pretended was something else, he went to the main house after finishing dispelling Vaughn right behind him. He would have witnessed the first stage of his Soshigen awakening if he had truly taken the time to see what it was. The following morning, the morning in Konoha was calm. They were singing and chirping. The animals and small creatures were out foraging for food. "We are now on our way to the serene Namikaze compound." A loud scream of "ah" startled every animal in the compound and caused them to flee. Well, a little quiet, in the master bathroom of the main house. Here, Naruto is seen gazing into the mirror following a shower. As he dried off, he became aware that his typically blue eyes had changed significantly. First of all, the white portion of his eye had turned blood red and was surrounded by various kanji representing the elements. His iris had turned topaz brown, with what appeared to be fire licking the bottom, lightning blazing around the top, raindrops in the center, rock acting as the fire's surface, and a wind ring encircling his pupil. It was shocking at first, but he deactivated it by removing the chakra from his eyes after determining that it was his bloodline at level 1. Naruto went out back and created his 2,100 clones once more to get them back to work after the scare. The real Naruto spent a few hours swimming and doing his typical weightlifting exercises before sitting down to speak with Vaughn. A weary blonde asked, "So what do you think of my training regimen, Vaughn?" "I think that you are pretty much a one-man army all on your own, Naruto-san," replied Vaughn the fox. "Yeah, but I feel that if I had a partner like the Inuzuka family does, then I can be even more of a force to be reckoned with," Naruto thought. "Why don't you and me become partners? I mean, you and I get along great, you can understand me, and this way I can get to travel a lot and meet some more of my kind." Vaughn offered the idea. "You know, that sounds like it might actually work. Should we even create a style for us to use when we fight?" replied the brunette. Vaughn growled at the conclusion due to the bond between the dogs and foxes, saying, "Of course, since we can't really go into battle without being prepared and able to make perfectly coordinated attacks like those dog lovers." Naruto thought aloud, I wonder if Rei-chan knows a style we could use." "I do know of a style you and Vaughn could use, Naruto-kun. And also there is something I want you to try out, something, so come into your mindscape for a bit," Rei mentally stated. To speak with the red-haired goddess, Naruto re-entered his thoughts. The word, summon, was written in kanji on a large scroll beside Rei. Naruto was instructed to cut his thumb and sign the scroll the next thing he knew. He was in awe of the response he received when he asked why he was doing this. Before kicking Naruto out of his own head, she said, "I just made you the first owner and summoner of the Kitsune clan." She then made the scroll vanish and said, "Now leave while I give you the knowledge of how to use the Kitsune Shikan Ryu through a data dump." Naruto used his first stage to become accustomed to turning it on and make it happen instantly when he wanted it to while Rei worked on the data dump. And this is what Naruto did for roughly 5 months. All of his taijutsu clones were working on combining taekwondo and aikido, which he had completely mastered. Over the course of 5 months, he combined all of his other exercises with tree walking and water walking, which he had mastered the first week. He now had them continue, but each time they reached a particular level, he made them work even harder. He had been doing more and more infiltration missions and D-ranked missions his clones perform, and he was happy that his chakra sensing was steadily improving. He was using library books to broaden his knowledge and discover new seals to learn, and he had nearly all moderate seals mastered. The tattoo seal of blood or chakra on the body was one of them. He had inked 2 tattoos on his left hand, one for his mother's kodachis and another for his father's katana. The kodachi's tattoo featured a green dragon and a phoenix fighting for dominance by interlocking their claws, while the katanas featured a dragon encircling his hand and wrist. Because he uses his father's obstacle course, his accuracy and reflexes have been improving rapidly. His throwing clones are able to throw shuriken, kunai, wind, infused throwing knives, and senbon, while the reflex clones must complete the course in the quickest amount of time while avoiding all obstacles. To stay up with the training, those who do it must redo it. All of Naruto's water, wind, and fire ninjutsu are ranked E and D, and he has even gotten some of his C-ranked ninjutsu to that level without the use of seals. He has been putting almost as much effort into his earth and lightning jutsu, and as a result, he has all of his E-ranked skills down to 0 seals and some D-ranked ones. The rings, necklace, and his Soshigen gave him a leap in control over all the elements. Over the course of 5 months, his genjutsu skills have significantly improved. He can now locate and disable the majority of C-ranked genjutsu and has his E and D-ranked genjutsu down. Additionally, he has nearly perfect medical jutsus for E and D-ranked players, but he will need to practice for another month or so to become proficient. Naruto's ability to make poison is constantly improving with Enko's assistance, and he always has enough ingredients for them because of his herb garden. Even books on poisoning and more effective interrogation techniques were given to Enko. He trembles whenever he hears the scream of a ninja in captivity or of someone being tortured by Enko. The library's extensive collection of books written by Grand Masters in the past, some of whom were even considered legends, has also significantly enhanced his ability to forge weapons. When Naruto eventually acquired a katana powerful enough to handle the more complex aspects of the kenjutsu style he was learning, his kenjutsu abilities skyrocketed. Naruto always appeared to be dancing majestically when he used and held the twin kodachis. He will soon be proficient in both styles, and he may be able to begin training in his mother's style for his kodachis and in Ifrit's hidden Mitsurugi Ryu for his katana training. He has been practicing with his Soshigen since the day he received it until he has mastered the first stage. Following that day, Naruto and his Snowfox companion Vaughn began learning the Kitsune, Shikan, Ryu technique. Learning to anticipate their partner's movements in order to work in perfect harmony and accuracy was the main focus of the first month. The two kept improving their precision and combinations after the first month. Naruto had a clone work on summoning and make mental notes of which fox or fox group used how much chakra after Rei begged him to do so on the day after the contract was signed. Eventually, after a month, Naruto was able to summon the boss, who wasn't Rei Chan because she was still in him, but it was an 8-tailed fox that was nearly as tall as Rei Chan when she was in her fox form. While Rei is still inside of him, he is the second in command of the Kitsune clan and goes by the name Heigen Quicksilver, after persuading the three that they might even be able to move around in a human body during the summon. Rei even told Naruto that he could create a personal summoning contract just for him if he could gain the consent of Ifrit, Ares, and Valina. The three immediately agreed, allowing Naruto to call forth the foxes as well as Ifrit, Ares, and Valina. Even though Naruto was coerced into joining the academy against his will, he only had a clone pass the class for him, even though the teachers were only trying to hurt his grades. You need more social interactions and make some friends that will be willing to help you out in the future, was Sarutobi's sole justification. Naruto detested the man's constant use of reasoning against him since it forced him to comply with the old man's wishes. He made a few friends, and eventually Shikamaru Nara, Sasuke Uchiha, Kiba Inuzuka with Akamaru, and Choji Akamichi became close friends. Even after the massacre, Sasuke won't be a jerk in this FIC. On the first day at the academy, Naruto also discovered that fangirls and fluffy, loving fangirls, particularly Vaughn's clone, were practically everywhere. Close to the border of Fire Country in order to find a katana that Rei claimed he could possess and use, The real Naruto is now searching for the entrance to her former den. Rei claims that even though he already has a katana, it is always a good idea to have a backup blade in case you are unarmed during combat. When Naruto eventually locates the entrance after searching for 3 hours, he enters a large, dark, and empty room. He found a huge bed with a mediocre-sized katana fastened to a wall by using his chakra sensing to navigate the space. From the bottom up, black and red flames licked the white sheath. The handguard's handle matched the sheath's design and was crafted entirely of gold. The blade's design was crimson red, resembling his mother's, red rose, when he removed it from the wall and unsheathed it. The strangest but most amazing thing occurred when Naruto followed Rei's instructions to push fire chakra into the blade. Black flame-like patterns began creeping up the blade as the chakra grew around it, giving the impression that it had both regular fire and hellfire on it. Naruto put it back in its sheath and headed home. After some time spent conversing with Rei, it was discovered that the sword was named Shinku Raiko. A new design emerged when either elemental chakra was pushed into the blade. 3 days later, in the office of the Hokage, the blonde exclaims, "Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze reporting for duty Oji-san," as he enters the office with a mini tornado. "Ah, good to see you, Naruto-kun, and might I add, nice entrance. I haven't seen that entrance since your father was alive," Sarutobi replied with pride. A disinterested Naruto remarked, "So why have you called me Oji-san? Another D-ranked mission?" Sarutobi wore his "I am serious" mask, and Naruto immediately became alert. "No, actually this is C-ranked and you are to go to Suna with Yamato to finalize the alliance between our two villages." Alright, I guess I could go and maybe make some friends in Suna as well," replied the brunette. With a nod of approval from Naruto, he left after telling the elderly man, "Okay, Yamato will meet you at the gate in an hour. And since your foxes are probably tens of times faster than any shinobi, use one of them to get there fast enough. This mission is likely to take a month because it is a diplomatic mission, so be ready." After an hour, Yamato said, "All right, Naruto-san, since we're going to try to get there in less than a day, why don't you summon a fox?" 10 seconds later, a three-tailed fox named Sokudo, who was roughly 4 feet 2 inches tall and 5 feet 1 inch long, appeared. "Naruto Sama, how may I be of service?" the recently called fox asked. "Yes, Sokudo, me and my leader need to get to Suna in the shortest way possible, and who better than the fastest fox I know?" Naruto replied with a smirk. Prior to taking off for Wind Country, Sokudo bowed down, led Naruto and Yamato onto his back, and gained a firm grasp of chakra. "Hi Naruto Sama." 4 hours later, outside Suna's gate in Wind Country, one of the randomly selected guards noticed a big cloud of dust approaching the gate while they were idly standing watch at the gates. Guard 1 exclaimed, "What the hell is that?" The guards tremble at the name. "I don't know, but it's coming this way extremely fast, and the only person I know to do that is made a guy." A three-tailed fox carrying 2 people on its back was the cause of the dust storm at that precise moment. After receiving some meat from one of them, the fox vanished as the 2 people disembarked. At that moment, the guards saw that the man who had given the fox the meat was a boy no older than 6 or 7, and based on his attire, the other man was a Konoha Jonin. The guards stopped the 2 as they attempted to approach the gates. Guard 1 commanded, "State your business and ID. Me and my charge here are coming to give this scroll to the cage so he can sign it and the allegiance between Suna and Konoha can be complete," Yamato said solemnly as he handed the guard his ID and produced the scroll for the 2 villages' allegiance. Guard 2 received a nod from the 2 after returning the ID, reviewing the scroll, and saying, "Okay, you are free to go, but until you reach the cage's office a team of Anbu will tail you to make sure you don't do anything." In the cage office half an hour later, Yamato said, "Hello cage Sama," in a formal manner. The cage said, "Hello Shinobi-san, how may I help you today?" "I have the scroll for the finalization of the allegiance between Leaf and Sand." Naruto and Yamato both laughed as the cage muttered, "Ah, thank you, I will sign this and then I will have to run this through the council and so on till I nearly kill them all for making me wait so long to agree to the damn thing. Well, since this will be taking some time, then we shall be staying in a hotel for now. Goodbye cage Sama," Yamato says. Alright, I will try to get this done as fast as I can, but don't count on it that much, I am afraid, informed the case cage. Anyo, who might this child be? The case cage's eyes widened, but he became suspicious when he said, his name is Naruto Uzumaki, sir, and he might charge on this mission given that he is only 7 and already near Jonin level in strength and power. If he is as good as you say, then allow him to fight one of my Jonin in a spar. If you wish, case cage. Sama, Naruto said quietly before bowing his head and departing via Futen Shunshin, which caused the case cage to look surprised. Before shunning Naruto, Yamato said, "Oh, and case cage. Sama, that boy can go toe-to-toe with Kakashi no Sharingan and almost win." With a sigh, the case cage took out some sake and began to drink it before returning his attention to his worst enemy, paperwork. I think I just might have to send myself to test him. After a few hours, at a park, a red-haired child with the kanji for love on his forehead stood there looking dejected because no one would play with him until he heard a voice say, "Look out, it's the freak." "Hey kid, you want to play?" the odd individual asked. Our blonde hero was standing there, reaching out to the redhead as he turned. The redhead asked, "Aren't you going to run like everybody else does?" Naruto grinned at the redhead and said, "What? Of course not. If you need someone to play with, I will play with you." The redhead replied, "Sure, let's play some ball." "Alright, but first let me introduce myself. The name's Naruto Uzumaki, and you are?" the brunette replied. "Gaara. Gaara of the desert." The gregarious blonde chirped, "Well Gaara, then let's play some ball." Gaara and Naruto played ball for the next few hours until it was almost 8 p.m., at which point Gaara had to head home to sleep. Naruto laughed at the expression on Gaara's face, but it eventually subsided. "Well Gaara, I guess I will see you tomorrow after my spar with one of Suna's Jonins for the heck of it." A curious Gaara asked, "You're going to spar again one of our Jonin ninja Naruto-san?" A rather irritated blonde said, "Yeah, my skills are comparable to Jonin's, so the case cage is testing me to see if I am not bluffing." He receives a suspicious look and informs Naruto that the case cage is his father and has 2 siblings. "So father thinks you aren't that powerful, huh?" he asks. Naruto continued to smile as he vanished into thin air, saying, "Well, I will see you later, Gaara-san." The day before the battle, the case cage, a sand Jonin wearing a mask, Yamato, Naruto, Gaara, and 2 other kids who avoid Gaara out of fear are at a training ground at around 10 in the morning, anticipating the start of the fight between Naruto and the Jonin. As case cage and the Jonin converse, Naruto stretches. Naruto and Gaara are conversing as if they have known each other since birth. The child in the black suit with face paint and the girl with 4 blonde ponytails are staring at Naruto as if he's crazy for talking to Gaara and considering confronting Baki, their Jonin sensei. The 2 boys stop talking as Baki crosses Naruto, and the blonde completes his stretching. Baki said in a rough voice, "So you the kid that is said to be almost Jonin in power? Or are you just plain old bluffing?" The young blonde retorted, "Oh, I can tell you that even Kakashi Nissan finds it difficult to fight with me when I fight at full power." Baki inquired, "Your older brother is Kakashi Hitaki?" The blonde sounded dejected as she concluded, "No, not really, but he is my older brother figure given that I am only an orphan because my parents died in the battle against the Kyuubi." "Well," Baki says, "assuming a fighting stance, we will see if you really are what you say to be." "Fine by me." Naruto dropped into an odd position, which is the stance for combining the 2 styles. Baki ran at Naruto to punch him in the face, but instead he was pushed to the side, receiving a punch to the stomach and a throw over the blonde's shoulder. "That's a weird stance you taking there, kid," Baki said. "That's some punch, it's like a brick hit me," Baki thought as he flipped, landed on his feet, and rubbed his sore stomach. Naruto then rushed forward, joining Baki. After roughly 10 minutes of fighting, the 2 leapt away from one another. Baki avoided the shuriken that Naruto threw. After that, Baki began performing some hand seals that Naruto is familiar with. Baki yelled, "Futen Daitopa, wind-style great breakthrough," and shot a lot of air out of his mouth at Naruto quickly. The blonde then yelled a jutsu without even making any hand signs before it. Naruto yelled, "Kaden Gukakyu no Jutsu Fire Style Great Fireball Jutsu," as he released a 20-foot diameter, pure white fireball from his mouth. Since he had a strong affinity for fire, he added some Fuden chakra to make it stronger. With the exception of Yamato, every spectator in Baki is in awe of the young man's strength, and the fact that he accomplished it without using any hand signals is an accomplishment in and of itself. The Daitapa lost in a split second when the two techniques clashed, and Gukakyu gained even more strength from the wind jutsu, which caused it to expand to a diameter of 30 feet and accelerate even further. Baki moved aside in time to witness the jutsu continue for roughly 500 meters, glassing the sand it strikes instantly before exploding, creating a 40 to 50 foot diameter glass crater. Everyone was in awe of the jutsu's power, including Yamato. The young blonde teased, "So you saying I am not at the same power as a Jonin now?" "I believe you now because damn fire only turns white when you put a lot of power into them and you have a strong affinity for fire," declared Baki. With all eyes on him except Yamato, who already knows, Naruto nervously asked, Did I forget to mention that I have 3 affinities?" Baki and the Kazekage simultaneously exclaimed, "3? And you were what? Born 6 or 7 years ago?" Naruto performs a brief series of hand seals before a ball of water and a ball of wind appear in his right and left hands, respectively. He connects them and they both shoot out a typhoon of water to the fire while he yells, "Sweden plus Fuden. Gufu Suika no Jutsu, wind and water style. Typhoon water vortex jutsu." The fire was put out and nearly 2 kilometers of sands farther away from the crater. While everyone else was wide-eyed and kept their jaws lowered, including Gaara, Yamato was fascinated by the combination. As a result of using the jutsu combination, Naruto was breathing heavily. "Dang Naruto-san, you need to teach me that when we get back home to Konoha," said Yamato. When Yamato approached and lifted the blonde and placed him on his back, Naruto sat down to catch his breath. "I'm a Yamato-san. But right now I need to rest. That combination took a lot out of me and that's saying something if you know what I mean." The Kazekage gave a slight nod when he said, "Well, we will be at the hotel if you need us." He was still trying to figure out how a child of that age could cause so much damage, and he arrived when Yamato left via Shunshin and told everyone to return home. But Gaara simply went to the hotel where Yamato and Naruto were staying to speak with Naruto. In the hotel before there was a knock on the door, Naruto was sitting on his bed, considering what he could do during his month-long stay in sand. Coming, Naruto stood up and opened the door for the red-headed Gaara, who asked to enter. The blonde said as she walked over to a chair and sat down, "Yeah sure Gaara, I was just thinking while I recovered from the jutsu I use." The demon holder with the red hair asked, "Well, what are you thinking about?" "What I am going to be doing over the month I will be here till the treaty is fully signed and accepted. Right now I am thinking I should continue my training and maybe get to know Suna if we are going to be allies soon," Naruto said. With curiosity, Gaara inquired, "Well, what do you train on?" "Well, I work on a lot of things actually. I study sealing, anatomy, medical jutsu, fire, water, and wind jutsus of C ranked and D ranked for lightning and earth jutsus, and plenty more things," the blonde replied. "Wow, you must be able to do everything at once to be where you are at now." Naruto scratched the back of his head and said, "Well, technically I am everywhere and studying everything at the same time." Gaara gave him a curious look. "And how do you do that?" The blonde said, "This is a shadow clone. With this jutsu I can be learning one thing while these learn other subjects, and when they disperse I get all their knowledge and experience back." Naruto crossed his fingers and a shadow clone materialized in a puff of smoke. When Gaara felt Naruto's hand on his shoulder, he looked downcast but looked up, saying, "Wow, I wish I could do that, but I still can't use my chakra all the way." "Hey, don't worry Gaara-san, maybe while my clones work on my training I could teach you and your siblings and make you all stronger in the month I am here," Naruto replied with a grin on his face. The redhead asked, "You would actually do that Naruto-san? Of course, you are my first real friend that is near my age. And also from what my Kekkei Genkai I can teach you and your sister some wind-style jutsus cause you both have the affinity to wind and you have earth as well. Also might I ask if you are one of them?" Naruto responded and inquired. Gaara questioned Naruto, "One of what Naruto-san?" When Gaara heard that, his eyes widened and he turned away from Naruto. "I mean, do you have a demon inside you?" "How do you know?" A terrified Gaara cried. "One. My Kekkei Genkei can see people's affinities, and having a very strong affinity to sand is not very possible without either Shukaku in you or having a Kekkei Genkei for sand like the third Kage with his iron sand bloodline. 2. Ray. Chan inside me tells me you have demon chakra leaking out of you slowly. 3. Control over sand without even doing anything, making it a perfect defense, is the ability of Shukaku's influence, explained the brunette. W. Well, I do have Shukaku inside me, but I do not know how to control him and he keeps me from sleeping. Anyo, who is this Ray person you spoke about? Replied Gaara. Ray is the real name of the Kyuubi no Kitsune that inhabits my body, but what people say about demons is only because humankind, if they don't know what something is, they discriminate against it, and since they really didn't know what the 9 Biju were, they thought of them as bloodthirsty demons. And also, if I make and I see your seal, I may be able to help the connection between you and Shukaku-san. Told the blonde and received a hesitant nod from Gaara as he raised his shirt. The redhead said, the seal is on the left side of my torso. After channeling some chakra into his hand, Naruto ran it along Gaara's torso, causing a seal to appear. However, another seal also appeared over the seal. I see the problem. You have a flawed seal holding the Shukaku with a berserker seal over to make the Shukaku get really agitated and cause him to go crazy. I can right now fix the seal and remove the berserker seal so you can sleep again. All I need to do is tell Yamato-san and then seal off this room with a sound seal, because the seal I will be using will be painful. Naruto said to Gaara, whose eyes widened at the of getting some rest. I can be able to sleep again? He asked, and Naruto nodded. He gratefully accepted Naruto's assistance. With a nod from Gaara, he creates 4 clones, one of whom goes to tell Yamato-san while another clone seals up all the furniture so the sealing can proceed. Okay, I'll make a clone to go tell Yamato-san while me and 3 more clones start the sealing process. All you will need to do is lay down when I tell you to and not to move, alright? He asks. Once the sound seal is installed, while writing all the kanji for a revised version of the Shiki Fujin, which included the 4 symbols seal and the 8 trigrams sealing style, Naruto and 3 of his clones were extremely careful. Although the seal does not call forth the Shinigami, it accomplishes the same goal as the Shiki Fujin, granting Gaara total control over the sand while allowing him to sleep. Additionally, Shukaku is able to finally let go of his bloodlust, which was the reason the berserker seal was affixed to the defective seal. Naruto instructed Gaara to lay down on the seal after he had spent approximately an hour writing and preparing the kanji. The blonde asked his fellow demon holder, "Are you ready, Gaara-san?" And he nodded in response. After making a few hand gestures, Naruto began the sealing process by slamming his hands down on Gaara's chest seal. Gaara started screaming from the severe pain as soon as Naruto slammed his hand down, causing the kanji to move to the seal. After 2 hours, when the sealing finally came to an end, Gaara was drenched in sweat and struggling to regain his breath. Gaara closed his eyes and immediately fell asleep, proving that the sealing was successful. Naruto simply opened the furniture, replaced everything, and put Gaara to bed to sleep. After that, he went to open the door and let Yamato in to see how the 2 boys were doing. Well, it seems the sealing worked, because people say that if Gaara were to go to sleep, the Shukaku would take over, the Jonin replied. Yay, it worked just fine, and Gaara should be able to control his powers even better than before. Also, Yamato-san, I was wondering if you can tell the Kage and Baki-san and tell them I will be training the Suna siblings while we are here. Tamari-san and Gaara-san have wind affinity and Gaara has earth as well, so I can teach them some jutsu, and also with some training and guidance I can teach them how to use chakra. Naruto stated to Yamato. Yamato departed for the Kage tower, saying, "Okay, I will let them both know about your plan, Naruto-san." Naruto, Gaara, Tamari, and Kankuro trained together for the entire month. While the real Naruto was working out, the 3 sand siblings watched in awe as roughly 2,100 clones engaged in various forms of training. When Tamari and Kankuro found out about the sealing and that Gaara can go back to sleep without going through Shukaku, they were still uneasy. While Shukaku was sleeping, Gaara was able to communicate with him and they became friends. Shukaku is now not insane. Gaara could now manipulate his sand with his hands, and it required very little chakra to do so. The 3 were doing a lot of physical exercises to increase their chakra pools after the first week, when they were able to use their chakras to their fullest. After learning how to make a chakra string, Kankuro left the training and informed the others that he would learn the craft of puppetry from Lady Chiyo, an elderly professional in the field. Daiatapa and other low-level Fudan Jutsu were among the techniques that Gaara and Tamari were able to learn. Tamari signed a contract with the Weasels and received a battle fan for her jutsu, where she learned Fudan Dai Kamaitachi. Naruto and Yamato informed the three that it was time for them to return to Konoha at the end of the month. Gate of Suna. Well, I hope to see you three again. Now remember, keep working on your chakra control and get Baki.san to help you where you are struggling. And Gaara, get plenty of sleep so you can regain all the years you lost. Naruto gave the Sand siblings his order. The trio exclaimed, "Hi Naruto. Sensei." The man wearing the hat with the kanji for wind on it lowered his eyes when Naruto said, "Ma, I am not your sensei. I am just a friend who wanted to make his friends stronger. And also, Kazekage Sama, please try to be with your kids more often because they will need it in the future." "Don't worry Naruto-san, I will, and remember that your parents are really proud of you right now for what you are making of yourself," the Kazekage said, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder while grinning. The blonde chirped, "I know and I accept that they are in a better place looking down at me with pride knowing I am going to live their legacy." Everyone laughed at Naruto's ability to instantly transform from depressed and gloomy to joyful and excited. Yamato muttered the final sentence after saying, "Well, Kazekage Sama, we will be hoping that you five come visit sometime in the future to get away from the desert heat and paperwork." With wide eyes, Kazekage approached the nearby wall and performed the same action the third had when he discovered the secret. Naruto said, "Paperwork got you down as well Kazekage Sama? Well, why not use the shadow clone jutsu to do it for you like I told the third years ago?" He began repeatedly chanting, "Stupid, stupid, stupid," while banging his head against the wall. The group burst out laughing. The real Kazekage told the two to travel safely after he halted and swiftly created 3 clones that went to work on his worst enemy. To the astonishment of the Sand Nin and siblings, Naruto then called forth Soduko. To the chagrin of everyone, Tamari screamed, "Kawaii," and gave the fluffy fox a fangirl hug because she was so enthralled with it. As evidenced by his hind leg thumping slightly and giving Naruto some blackmail, Soduko, on the other hand, loved the affection the blonde girl was showing him. The two boarded Soduko and left Suna to return home after the fangirl crazy left, leaving a flushed Tamari. In the Hokage's office 4 hours later, a grinning third said, "Welcome home, you two. I hope your trip was fun. It was Oji.san and I made some friends there that were the Kazekage's children. Even one of them was like me in the department of having a demon sealed inside us, told the cheerful blonde. With a serious yet inquisitive tone, the third asked, "One of his children had a demon in them? Which demon was it and is he stable?" At the mention of Kinjutsu Ugi, the third and Yamato became intrigued, and the third asked their combined question. "Yes, one of his children does. His name is Gaara of the Desert and he has the Ikibi no Shukaku in him. His seal was flawed at first, but after I used one of my newly created Kinjutsu Ugi seal, Forbidden Master Technique, the seal was fixed and now the Shukaku and Gaara are friends." Anyo Naruto.kun, what do you mean Kinjutsu Ugi seal? He started to say, "The seal is a variant of the Shiki Fujin," but the third. He said, "Shiki Fujin, Naruto that seal," but Naruto stopped him. In response to a nod, he said, "I used a variant of the Shiki Fujin with the addition of 8 trigrams sealing style and the 4 symbols sealed to it. It greatly increased the power of the Shiki Fujin and also allows the person to gain full control over their demon, and also this seal doesn't need the Shinigami because a containment seal is already in use. So now the two work together to protect each other." Naruto concluded with the third, who appeared pleased that his adoptive grandson had produced something that only a true seal master could create. The blonde gave the third a nod and a wind shunshin as he departed, saying, "Well, with that said, I would like for Yamato.san to give the report. You can go home and continue training Naruto.kun." In the Namikaze compound, when Naruto reached the gate and went inside, he was nearly crushed by 2 objects that were leaping at him. One of them is Vaughn, and the other is Anko, his close friend and poison tutor. Since Anko now resides on the compound and occupies the house closest to the main house, the 3 of them entered the main house after talking about the mission. They each took a house because Kakashi and Yamato also reside in the compound. A month after Naruto began his second year of training, Kakashi met him at a Hokage meeting. When Kakashi entered the room wearing his Anbu outfit, Naruto's clone was receiving the standard D-ranked mission. In response to Kakashi's question about why Naruto was given a mission at his age, Kakashi learns that Naruto is the son of his deceased sensei and has been training since he was 5 years old following a beating on his 5th birthday. The ki coming off of Kakashi caused the sky to become immediately cloudy, and a thunderstorm shortly after, making that day a gloomy one for Konoha. The third was perspiring a little from the pressure of the ki, and Naruto was hiding beneath his desk. Kakashi and Naruto have been living together at the compound ever since, and they have been inseparable ever since. After telling Kakashi that Icha is probably nothing compared to the real thing, Naruto even persuaded him to stop reading it and read something else instead. After a brief and extremely risky conversation with Naruto, Kakashi also began showing up for everything he was called for as soon as he was told. The day following the talk, he even broke the record, which terrified the third into attempting to discredit Kakashi as though he were a genjutsu. However, the third was nearly dead from laughter after Kakashi explained what had happened. Every Jonin and Anbu member respected Naruto for transforming Kakashi from that day on. To the dismay of the bookstore owner who valued Kakashi as a customer, the Kunoichi even gave Naruto a few kisses in appreciation for persuading Kakashi to stop reading Icha in public and to stop reading it completely. Naruto continued his usual training throughout the remainder of the year, completing D and C ranked missions, team training with Kakashi and Vaughn, and poisoning training with Anko. Naruto even started doing even more A-ranked infiltration missions that were soon starting to be low S ranked with every mission. Naruto's ceiling has been rising each and every day as he even was making his own seals. He was getting real good at the seals after he created that Kenjutsu Ugi seal, and now his skills are almost to that of Jiraiya himself. All he needs to do is continue with his studying and he will be past his father in no time flat. Also, he has been researching and studying the curse seal on Anko's neck and has been making progress on a real suppression seal that will remove it. Naruto's physical training continued as usual. Even though it doesn't show on his body, Naruto is actually a lot stronger than most Jonin and Anbu. He is now doing his father's obstacle course every day. Naruto finally started using the gravity seal and so far has it at 2 times normal gravity, with his weighs all being at 200 pounds for the bracers and 250 for his vest. Naruto even got a pair of chakra weight gloves to increase his hand sign speed for his higher ranked jutsu. As of right now they are at 100 pounds, which with the gravity seal they are really at 200. He even learned of a seal that when added to the human body it acts as a parachute, greatly reducing movement like a gravity seal, but it also improves control over wind chakra, and so he now has 5 resistance seals on. 1 on his chest, 1 on both arms, and 1 large one on each leg. Kakashi, Yamato, Vaughn, and Anko even join in to the physical part, and it is showing quite nicely. Kakashi so far is at 175 pounds on bracers and 225 in his vest. Yamato has 150 pounds on bracers and 200 for vest. Anko, even though she is a kunoichi, is at 180 pounds for bracers and 230 for her trench coat. Vaughn just has a gravity seal on since he doesn't have any area for a piece of clothing. Naruto's weapon forging and poison training have been going along smoothly, as now Naruto is almost a poison expert in A. Naruto has been selling all his extra weapons to the Higurashi weapons store. In return he gets free shipments of metal. Naruto's clones have been making many exotic and ancient weapons that the designs for were said to be long gone. Higurashi weapons store with the help of Naruto have supplied all the ninja of the village and keep them supplied. Tenten, Higurashi and Naruto even became good friends over time. One day Naruto showed Tenten his father's katana and his mother's kodachi's. Tenten's mouth almost dropped off its hinges from the craftsmanship and the legends behind them. The Higurashis even started making a chain of weapon stores all over the Fire Country by selling all of Naruto's spare weapons and seals that he doesn't need. The blonde's chakra control has jumping every month thanks to him incorporating the gravity seal onto himself. He has to have real good control as to not make dents in the ground every time he takes a step. He had to restart all his control training when dealing with tree, walking and water. Walking, but in the end he mastered them again and is still adding in the additional exercises to boost his control and concentration. Naruto can do the chakra yo with the lead ball at 240 pounds. He even started doing it with multiple balls with one on each finger. His chakra sensing has improved to almost 500 meters. With the help of his Soshigen, he even incorporated the two together as to even get the affinity and chakra pool level of the enemy in minutes, since he is still at level 1. Naruto's Kenjutsu skills are jumping with leaps and bounds as he finally mastered both the Katana Kenjutsu style he was learning and the Kodachi style. Even though he mastered them, he thinks that once he turns them into a fluent art where he can do the katas one after another in a fluent notion, then he can start on working on his mother's Kodachi style and hidden Mitsurugi. Ryu, from Ifrit, after he showed him that he is worth training in the art. He will probably have the two down in another month, so he should start the basics of these two now. Naruto's reflex clones are currently attempting the course, and the throwing clones are aiming for them while they are wearing the gravity seal, which makes dodging them more difficult. The clone's accuracy and reflexes improve with practice on the course. As if he were in a big battle and needed to quickly move his squad out of the line of fire, Anko and Yamato even add their own obstacles for the clones to avoid, making it even harder and forcing them to come up with more quick fixes. Because of his Soshigen with the 3 jewels, his ninjutsu skills have increased, and he now possesses jutsu in every major element. With the exception of hand seals, Naruto possesses all of the C-ranked jutsu for wind, fire, and water. He has all of the lightning and earth D-ranked players at the same level. Naruto even began his Hyouden, ice style, training after Ray informed him that he could now begin learning how to combine wind and water to create ice. For the time being, he will only be learning how to blend the two flawlessly until he can make ice with ease. Suiden plus Fuden. Gufu Suika no Jutsu, wind and water style. Typhoon Water Vortex Jutsu is a combination move that Naruto has even begun to create by combining his own wind jutsu. With the assistance of Anko, Yamato, and Kakashi, his genjutsu abilities have been improving steadily. He is currently working on both B and A ranked and is able to instantly disable all C ranked and lower. In order to activate E and D ranked medical jutsus with a single hand seal, primarily the Diagnosis Jutsu and Shoshin Jutsu, mystical hand technique, Naruto had clones working in the hospital in sand. Naruto's taijutsu is progressing well since he finally developed his own style by fusing Aikido and Taekwondo. He is currently working on making them fluid and incorporating the gravity seal's effect both with and without it. The longer he can keep all the clones, the better his control will be. He also uses his taijutsu training as a chakra control training, and he trains the clones on trees and water to aid in his chakra control. Now, as he attempts to master his own taijutsu style, he is practicing the fundamentals of both Raikon, Hekiriki, and his mother's family style. Vaughn and Naruto are practicing their timing and accuracy, and they have mastered the majority of the Kitsune, Shikan, Ryu techniques. In essence, the style is similar to that of the Inuzuka family, but they defeat opponents with quick, accurate blows rather than with force. Naruto will become an all-around ninja, much like his father, after mastering all these fighting techniques. He has time, so he isn't concerned that his Soshigen hasn't leveled up yet. Vaughn was even added to Naruto's summoning list so that he could call upon him whenever he needed to. In order to play in the real world with Vaughn, Anko, Kakashi, himself, and Yamato, he is attempting to commit all of the names of the foxes he can call upon to memory. To put it mildly, Naruto's first year at the Ninja Academy was dull, and despite knowing that he passed every test, he consistently receives failing grades. Even when the third tells him to try harder, he tells the third that he makes sure he aced the tests and quizzes, but the teachers make sure he was failing. He doesn't really care. The teacher is usually gone by the following day, and a new teacher takes over. This pattern continued until another teacher arrived. His hair was pulled back in a small, straight ponytail, and he had a scar across his nose. Iruka Amino was his name. He was now very different from the other teachers because he went ahead and corrected Naruto's tests to reflect their true scores after learning that they had been fraudulently failed. He tells Naruto that he is just himself and doesn't even acknowledge that Naruto is the Kyuubi child. The blonde makes friends with Ino Yamanaka, Hinata Hyuga, and Shino Aburame, 3 more classmates. Sakura Haruno is the first person he wants to go kill because of her loud voice. To Sasuke's chagrin, she is the president of the Sasuke Fangirl Club. Since they are now even average S-ranked, Naruto's infiltration missions are becoming increasingly difficult. To further improve their stealth skills, Sarutobi even assigns the Anbu to complete these missions. Today, Naruto takes a D ranked every day, and if Kakashi, Yamato, or Anko are off, he takes a C ranked every other day. Namikaze training facility here. Naruto and Kakashi are engaged in combat. Kakashi is only wearing his standard ninja attire, while Naruto is wearing all of his weights and seals. The two are currently punching and kicking each other, with Naruto taking the brunt of the blows because of his weights. Naruto is kicked in the head by Kakashi, who then kicks him in the chest, sending him flying. A huge mass of air shot towards Kakashi, who was performing some hand seals for his own jutsu, as Naruto inhaled deeply and yelled out Dayatapa while he was in the air. Kaden. Karyu Enden, Fire Dragon Flame Projectile. Kakashi spit out a huge stream of fire in the direction of Naruto and the wind jutsu. The fire continued toward Naruto while the wind jutsu immediately subsided. When Naruto yelled, Suiryuden no Jutsu, Water Dragon Projectile Jutsu. From the nearby lake as the two jutsus met, a gigantic water dragon rose and made its way toward the flames, dousing them in flames. Naruto and Kakashi were once more kicking and punching each other as soon as the two jutsus met. After punching Kakashi in the stomach and sweeping his feet out from under him, Naruto kicked him away. Kakashi was breathing heavily when he skidded to a stop. Because of his large chakra pools, Naruto was barely breathing, which is normal for him. After receiving a nod from the blonde, Kakashi said, "Let's end this with our most powerful jutsu Naruto." He performed a series of hand seals and held out his right hand, causing a ball of lightning to slowly form inside it and electrical bolts to shoot out of it. Reikari, Lightning Edge. A wind began to pick up as Naruto held out his hand and said, "Okay, Kakashi. Nissan, let's see what you got." Naruto's hand began to be encased in the wind. Naruto yells, "Kazekiri, Wind Edge," while clutching his right wrist with his left hand. Kakashi was shocked to see a nearly perfect duplicate of his well-known jutsu in the hands of his sensei's son and inquired, "When did you make that, Naruto-kun?" Naruto merely laughed. The blonde grinned and laughed at his Nissan's amazed expression. "I saw you use Reikari before and it got me thinking. Why not make a jutsu just like Nissan's, and here is the result. Kazekiri is the wind version of your famous jutsu and I actually have another one just like it in my arsenal. Well, it's hard to hold him responsible. The person who resembles his younger brother created not one, but two variations of his well-known jutsu." It would be an understatement to say that he was shocked. The young blonde lowered his hand while keeping Kazekiri running and accelerating it further, chirping, "Well, Nissan, we going to do this or what?" Kakashi abruptly stopped talking when Naruto said that, saying, "Okay, little bro, let's see whose is stronger." Then, he began to charge with his Reikari by his side. Naruto also leapt forward, and the gap between them was rapidly closing. The two shouted, "Reikari!" and "Kazekiri!" as they spread their arms wide and engaged in a devastating deadlock of jutsu. Even though wind is superior to lightning, both jutsus would not give because lightning jutsu was created with more chakra and raw power. The third, Anko, Yamato, some Anbu, Asuma, and nearly every Jonin in the vicinity were alerted by the enormous amounts of chakra after 10 minutes of deadlocking. The battle between the two jutsu astounded them. The two attacks eventually overloaded and exploded violently after 10 more minutes and the rise of chakra. The blast caught everything within a 50-meter radius. The observing ninja had to leap out of the blast's path. "Naruto! Kakashi!" cried the third, Yamato, Asuma, and Anko. The ground in the explosion's epicenter was still pulsing with electricity from the Reikari, and the winds from the Kazekiri had left the ground with enormous cuts as the dust began to settle. When the dust finally settled, the boy and the ninja were not visible. Before they heard two low moans coming from the two opposing sides of the field, the group was preparing for the worst. A medical team was dispatched by the third to locate the two individuals and provide them with emergency care. The medics said, "Hi," and went in search of the two ninjas, with the assistance of Anko, Yamato, Asuma, and the other Jonin. After a few minutes, Naruto was discovered beneath a number of fallen trees, emitting some electrical discharge. There was a branch protruding from his stomach, and his arm was heavily bleeding. It would be equivalent to saying that Kami was really bad and the devil was really good to say that he was in poor health. Upon the removal of the trees and the arrival of the ninja, Naruto had finally lost enough blood to pass out. Kakashi was discovered in the same state as Naruto, but at least he didn't have a stick sticking out of his stomach. Instead, it was stuck in his leg, piercing both muscle and bone. He was also severely cut and bleeding. Only a few seconds after Naruto, he fainted from blood loss, and the two were taken to the hospital right away. In the hospital 4 days later, Kakashi and Naruto were both lying up in the same room, their necks and feet bandaged. The doctors were keeping Naruto here to rest even though he was already completely recovered, in order to go to the academy and inform Iruka-sensei that he had been hospitalized for some time due to a training accident involving Kakashi. Naruto had secretly created a clone. The two Baka ninjas are now chatting with one another. The two were discussing Naruto's 2 renditions of Kakashi's Raikiri, Lightning Edge, at the moment. Naruto informed Kakashi that he had created Kaizuki, Fireblade, and Kazekiri, Wind Edge. Kazekiri encircles Naruto's right hand with several layers of wind chakra that swirl, each layer spinning faster beneath it. Although it was designed as an S-ranked assassination jutsu, the jutsu is so quiet that it only produces the sound of a typical breeze, making it a true assassination jutsu of nearly SS rank. Kaizuki's hand appeared to be holding a ball of some kind, as it was open. A red light would then suddenly begin to form in Naruto's right hand, and after 3 seconds or so, the ball he was holding would take on the appearance of fire. However, this fire would be extremely compact and extremely hot. Then beneath the blonde, a circle of fire would appear at his feet. The Kaizuki is extremely strong. The large amounts of chakra that would be used in the attack would actually make the chakra visible. Because it would only sound, this jutsu was also classified as an S-ranked assassination jutsu. It would be an understatement to say that Kakashi was astounded by the concepts. The fact that this 7-year-old boy, whom he considered a younger brother, is capable of such strong jutsu is astounding. In order to demonstrate the jutsu to Kakashi, Naruto even created 2 clones. The Kaizuki was a tiny ball of fire chakra that appeared to be so hot that it even slightly melted the tile beneath Naruto's clone. The two were released after a few more days of rest and returned home to get some much-needed rest. Naruto had just returned to training when Kakashi was called out on another assignment. Since children were out in the academy, genin were completing their D-rank missions, 2 poor chunin were stuck on gate duty, and other more skilled ninja were out on missions. Today is a typical day for many. However, we visit a location that appears to have been recently bombed to Kingdom Come. A huge army of boys with neon yellow hair, a skin-tight red long-sleeve shirt with an orange stripe running from his neck down his arms to his hands, green baggy pants with black and red fire licking the bottom, black steel-toed boots, a black vest over his shirt with numerous pockets, and a white cloak with the kanji for elemental fox flash in red thread are what make this place so fascinating. It was the backyard training ground of the notorious Namikaze clan. Despite appearing no older than 8 years old, this young boy exuded confidence and strength. The boy was a little tall for his age, standing at 4 feet 3 inches. The villagers call this yellow-haired boy Demon Brat, Demon, and Freak, while the ninja call him Prodigy and Genius. However, this boy's real name is one that will be remembered for his abilities, which haven't been seen since the Uchiha prodigy, Itachi Uchiha, the late 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the Sannin, Kakashi no Sharingan. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze is the name of this boy, who is pursuing his dream of becoming the world's best ninja. Here, Naruto and his army of nearly 3,000 clones are training to the fullest extent of their chakras in order to acquire a variety of skills that will help the blonde boy in the future. While working on his own training, the real Naruto is somewhat separated from the training groups. Extreme chakra control and a water balloon are part of this training. On the shinobi plane, this training is considered to be the foundation for the most sophisticated manipulated jutsu. Minato Namikaze, the fabled 4th Hokage, was the first wielder. This combination, which he used in perfect succession with his other well-known jutsu, Hiroshin no Jutsu, is extremely terrifying and gives Minato the first bingo book rank of SS, which means, when seen you retreat instantly and pray you get out of sight alive. I added the last part to make it funnier. The legendary Toad Sannin and teacher of the 4th, the Toad Hermit Jiraiya, was the next user, but she used it more subtly. Here, Naruto is beginning the initial phase of his training to master this fabled jutsu. Rasengan was the name of the jutsu, and it is extremely uncommon to find someone who can truly use it. After nearly a week of personal training, Naruto is aware that he is getting close. It is intended for the balloon he is holding to appear to be bubbling in several directions, signifying that the chakra is being forced in the proper directions. That's what Naruto's balloon is doing, and soon, pop. When the water balloon burst, Naruto was doused with water. Naruto repeatedly screamed out the first step for Rasengan, disregarding the water. After creating 10 clones, Naruto instructed them to begin working on reducing the amount of time required to pop the balloon. The clones then departed with the water balloon crate after giving a curt nod. Naruto now pulls out a scroll and opens a crate of what appear to be rubber balls. After picking up one of the balls, the boy with the blonde hair looks at another scroll and goes over the notes for the second step. Step 2 calls for a lot of power. Naruto would have to focus on something else because the balloon was empty of water, but for the time being he would begin with the second step. After a week and a half now that his hands were burned with chakra, Naruto decided to focus on something. Using a small amount of ink, he made the leaf symbol on his right palm. Naruto closes his eyes while holding the rubber ball in his hand, now that he has a place to focus. Large amounts of chakra were concentrated by Naruto at the location of the symbol, and after a minute, the ball began to bulge in one spot, then two, and then continued to grow until, pop. After the ball exploded, Naruto flew into a tree. Naruto was breathing heavily. Despite his panting, he was beaming broadly because he had completed the second step of his father's well-known jutsu. After taking a half-hour nap, Naruto got up and made 10 clones to begin learning the second step while he worked on the final one. The clones nodded and said, "Hi," in compliance, and they carried the crate with them as the master instructed them to go. The blonde simply sat down again and began to reflect. He shook his head at the foolishness of the fucking villagers and began to reflect on his life prior to training. He then got to his feet and read Rasengan's third and last step, directing the power and chakra into a full spiral and holding it there. 2.5 weeks later, he has spent the last month working on the Rasengan. After a whole month, Naruto has finally defeated Rasengan. The time required to create the jutsu is the only disadvantage, but he intended to use his clones to solve that issue. With one more jutsu, Naruto would have achieved his father's reputation as a genuinely feared and esteemed ninja. Now that he had left 30 clones to begin learning the Rasengan, the blonde went off for some much-needed rest. He needs to master the final portion of the training after having mastered the first two. After entering his clan's house, Naruto went to his bedroom on the 3rd floor, where he slept and spent time with his girlfriend, Rei, also known as the Kyuubi no Kitsune. People may believe that Naruto is too young for a relationship, but they are unaware that he has the mental maturity of a young adolescent because of a jutsu that Rei cast on his mindscape that makes the dream world move twice as quickly as the real one, meaning that an hour in the real world would be 2 hours in the dream world. To find out what the couple is doing and discussing, we now enter Naruto's head. The mindscape of Naruto here, a prairie is encircled by mountains that stretch for miles in all directions. About 500 yards away, there is a lake and a river that splits off. The prairie is surrounded by a forest. The prairie's creatures were carrying on with their daily activities. A tree stood atop the valley's tallest hill, and 2 figures were seated against it. When we look closer, we see Naruto, but he looks like a teenager. He is dressed the same way he was on the training field, only he is larger. He is smiling broadly and holding a gorgeous red-haired vixen in his lap as he looks off into the distance. The vixen wore a blood-red kimono that hung down to her knees and embraced her body, giving the impression that she was a teenage girl. She wore wooden sandals on her feet and a band to secure her hair in a tiny ponytail. At the moment, the couple was enjoying each other's company and comfort while conversing about various topics. About 2 months have passed since Naruto's 7th birthday, and he and Rei have been dating for a week. The two have been content with that day's events ever since. Shall we now see what the two are discussing? "Nay, Rei-chan, what was it like to be a powerful demon lady before you were sealed in me?" asked an inquisitive blonde. "Well, having massive amounts of power came with great responsibility, as I was the leader of the Kitsune tribe and also the leader of the Biju. When something would be wrong with the Biju or the tribe, then I would have to go and check and mediate the problem. Right before Madara and Orochimaru came into my den, I had just got back from finding out that Nibi no Nekomata and Hachibi were sealed away in Kumo. Rei said as she got closer to Naruto's lap. So there are more out there just like me and Gaara? Replied Naruto. Hi Naruto.kun, there should be 7 more out there like you and Gaara.san, and I presume that some are being turned into weapons or being treated like you used to. Rei stated to Naruto. Naruto grinned piteously as he gazed up at the horizon. Well, I hope I can meet them all, or at least more of them, so we can be more like a family, being that we probably did have the same pasts, and if not, then the part that we have demons and demonesses inside us. Rei's sultry cooing of Naruto-kun made Naruto shudder. Stuttering, the blonde said, Hi Rei-chan? Looky here. Rei cooed once more, capturing Naruto's undivided attention. She then drew Naruto's head down to hers and kissed him. The two parted lips to catch their breath after locking lips for approximately a minute. The blonde exclaimed, Damn, that was hot, due to the abrupt lack of air following the kiss. Rei said sultrily, Of course it was, because it was with me Baka. The blonde smirked and said, You know that when I get you out of this seal that we probably won't be able to sleep a wink the first night, as Rei's face flushed. The vixen retorted, Oh, I know we won't, because I will make sure of it. Naruto gently said, Let's go to sleep, Rei-chan, and after receiving a nod from Rei, the two lovers fell asleep. Leave the mindscape. Nearly 5 months have passed since Naruto completely mastered Rasengan. About a week after creating his first real one, he perfected it. He now has the activation time down to at least 2 seconds, and he's still working to make it appear instantly. After another week, he finally mastered it to the point where he can instantly summon it with either hand. He returned to attempting to master his father's other well-known jutsu, the Hiroshin, after mastering Rasengan. He is working on the pull effect and has made some progress in locating the kunai after he throws it. He will most likely need a full year to become as proficient in Hiroshin as his father was. In addition to conditioning his body and mind from the nearly constant training he does every day, he is currently trying to figure out how to break the curse seal on Enko's neck. He currently understands the fundamentals of Hyouden Jutsu and is trying to speed up the combination process until it feels almost instinctive. Naruto will never forget what transpired in his mind a few nights ago, the blonde claims. A few evenings ago, Naruto's constant training in Hyouden caused the powers of Ares and Valina to begin blending that night. As the powers began to blend, the feather white wind chakra and the dark blue water chakra began to change into a sky blue hue that resembled Naruto's natural eyes. As Naruto, Ifrit, and Rei marveled at the blending, the chakras continued their work throughout the night. The next event was a dazzling burst of blue light that nearly blinded the onlookers. A woman with light blue skin, at least 5 feet 6 inches, wearing a purple bra that encircled her neck and purple underwear, was standing in the middle of the prairie once the light had dimmed. She had a tiny red dot on her forehead and her green hair pulled back in a ponytail. I based her on Shiva's summon from Final Fantasy, so if it's too obvious, blame the game. Ifrit, along with Ares and Valina, left his kanji before his demon side could become too frenzied. The woman with the sky blue skin approached Naruto and Rei and bowed to Rei. The woman said in a kind and welcoming voice, Hello Rei-sama, it is a pleasure to see you again after all these years. It sure has been a while, hasn't it, Shiva-chan? How have you been doing? Rei said, bowing back. To Naruto's delight, the newly named Shiva stretched her body out and said, I am doing all right, but it is great to be able to stretch my legs after being stuck in that elemental realm for so many years. Naruto shook his head in an attempt to calm his thoughts and left to allow the two to speak. Returning to the present, Naruto's capacity to manipulate Hyouden has nearly tripled since the day Shiva entered his mind. When a water source is close by, he can easily make ice in a matter of seconds. He is currently practicing some jutsu to use with his newly necessary field of power. The real Naruto was working on a secret project that he was working on privately while his clones were doing that. It was motivated by his father's failures prior to his death. Reread his father's letter of apology to understand his actions. Wink. The morning in the Hokage's office here, Kakashi, Yamato, and Naruto stand in front of the third Hokage in the Hokage's office, with Vaughn perched on his shoulder. As the third was explaining a mission to them, Yamato and Kakashi were standing in front of the third when Naruto entered to receive his customary C-rank mission. When Sarutobi noticed Naruto, he gestured that he was also involved in the topic. Sarutobi handed the scroll to Kakashi, who began reading it, and said, "Okay, I'm going to assign you 3 to a C-ranked mission to Wave Country to escort a man and help and protect him while he creates his bridge that will open up trading to Wave and Leaf." Kakashi responded to Naruto's question, "If I may ask Oji-san, but why send 2 Jonin and me to Wave when the worst that could attack us is some bandits?" As he finished reading the scroll, Kakashi explained, "Naruto, this mission is to Wave, who has been taken dictatorship by Gato, CEO and president of Gato Shipping Industries, and if our client's bridge threatens his business then he would probably send ninja after the client. And even though this is B-Day rank, the client could only afford a C rank, so we took pity on him due to the condition of Wave and accepted the mission." Yamato and Naruto nodded, comprehending the situation. The blonde smirked and received some curious looks from the 3 people in attendance. "Well, then I guess if we fight ninja then I will be able to try out maybe 1 or 2 of my newest jutsu that make Kazekiri and Kaizuki look like nothing." "Curious," the third said, "and may I ask, are these jutsu you have created, Naruto-kun?" After a few minutes of waiting, Kakashi's eyes widened until they almost burst open and she looked at Naruto incredulously. "Let's just say my father was unable to do this before he died and let it at that." Kakashi yelled, "You mean you actually did it?" As Kakashi passed out at that moment, Naruto grinned and burst out laughing, saying, "Hi Nissan, I did it and actually made 3 versions of it." Yamato and the third were now genuinely interested. The third almost begged, "Anyo, what is it, Naruto-kun?" instead. In a brief response, Naruto explained, "Think Rasengan and affinities together, Oji-san." In order to get the desired outcome from the other 2, which nearly made Sarutobi jump over his desk. "You mean to tell me you created 3 different versions of the Rasengan?" the third exclaimed, receiving a nod from the blonde before settling back down. "When you get back, I will have to get a look at them so I can put them down in the jutsu records, alright Naruto-kun." Sarutobi gave a slight order, receiving a nod in return and a moan from the now awake Kakashi. Kakashi pleaded, "Tell me I did not just faint like a little girl." When he saw all 3 heads nod, he slammed his head against the wall. Yamato said, "Well, anyhow, should we start our mission, you 2? Both Kakashi and Naruto said, "Hi," in response. Sarutobi presses a button and says, "Anko-chan, could you please send up Tazuna-san?" When Anko's voice returned, she sounded really angry and exclaimed, "Gladly." The other 3 nodded as Naruto said, "Wow, whoever can get Anko Nichan mad like that is either a pervert or an overzealous drunk who hit on her while he waited." The door opened to reveal a man in his 40s with gray hair and a gray beard, dressed in a dirty gray shirt, light brown khakis, and slip-on sandals. "I love it when I'm right," Naruto chirped in his mind as he held a bottle of sake in his Hokage voice. Sarutobi said, Tazuna-san, here is your team." Tazuna protested intoxicatedly, but he stopped when he felt a tiny but concentrated amount of ki directed at him from the blonde, which caused him to quickly sober up and perspire a little. "You kidding me, right? You're sending me a child? He looks no older than 8 or 9, let alone old enough to be a ninja. Are you trying to get me killed?" With a sickly sweet voice that sent chills down everyone's spines and made Tazuna perspire even more, Naruto retorted, "I would like it for you to refrain from badmouthing me when I am clearly strong enough to get missions when told to. Especially this C-ranked mission, Tazuna-san." Kakashi calmed the blonde by placing a hand on his shoulder and saying, "Ma Naruto, you don't need to scare our client out of his pants before we start the mission." Kakashi simply shook his head, thinking, "I can only pray for whoever that unlucky person will be." Naruto responded, turning back to the Hokage's desk, "Fine, but next time a client badmouths me they will be scared out of their minds, I swear that to you." In other places, a man wearing glasses and a gray overcoat sneezes unexpectedly while observing a movie set, dismissing it as an allergic reaction and continuing to watch the action. An hour later, at the gates drawing out a book titled, Legend of the Gutsy Ninja, Kakashi casually said, "Alright, since everyone is here, let us get on our way, since we will be able to get to Wave in a day and a half if we walk." "Yeah, I know it's Jiraiya's first book, but it pretty much is the life of Naruto from the show all in one little book, so it's kick-ass. Naruto said, "Okay, Kakashi, Nissan," and the group started too. 3 hours spent in the forest with Yamato and Kakashi in the back, Tazuna in the center, and Naruto in front. The group was engaged in conversation. The group appeared to be unaware of the puddle when they passed it, but the three ninjas were not. Using hand signals, Naruto communicated a secret message to the Jonin. "What will we do if there are two Chunin rank ninja in the puddle?" The blonde nodded in response, and Kakashi and Yamato switched places with a clone from the woods not 20 yards away. "Me and Yamato will fake our deaths with replacing ourselves with clones and watch to see if the info from the scroll was correct and Tazuna as the target or just us," Kakashi said. Two heads with breathing apparatuses on each of them slowly rose out of the puddle just as the group was about to disappear from view. The two ninja were missing Nin because their Mist Village headband had a slash through the symbol. One had metal claws on its left hand, and the other on its right, and they were dripping with poison rather than water. They wore steel-toed boots and tattered shirts and pants. When the group was nearly out of sight, the Nin on the left leapt on the right-handed man, who then passed him a chain that connected their claw hands. The thrower then got closer, and when the chain reached the clones of Yamato and Kakashi, they pulled it, tearing them to pieces and giving the impression that they had died a very bloody death. Naruto acted brilliantly as he yelled, "Kakashi, Nissan, Yamato, Nissan." Tazuna remained motionless and kept repeating to himself that he would die. The first missing Nin said, "Two down," and the second said, "One to go," but both of their voices sounded metallic due to the devices around their mouths. The two then charged at Tazuna and Naruto, who was pretending to be afraid. A shuriken and a kunai went and caught their chain to the tree through one of its links as they were about to strike, sending them back into a tree. Both Nin noticed Naruto holding Kuro Denku, which glistened in black and white, when they looked up from the chain. With the intention of killing, the two Nin unhooked their chains and charged at Naruto. Before the first Nin could do so, he fell to the ground with a thud, his head and body colliding with the ground and blood gushing from his neck seconds later. Before he could even realize what was happening, Naruto knocked out the other Nin, who screamed out, "Maizu! Nisa!" but was unable to finish. As he tied up the last of the missing Nin, Naruto said, "Okay, Kakashi, Nissan and Yamato. Nissan, you two can come out now." Tazuna gave him a crazy look, but then he turned to see Yamato and Kakashi clapping and returning to the road. "Good job Naruto at handling the situation and also well done on the acting skills. I could have sworn you really were worried about our clones." Kakashi offered congratulations. "Hey, you don't go around for the first 5 years of your life wearing a mask that not even Oji.san saw through." Naruto was beaming at the compliment. Naruto pointed to the incapacitated missing Mist Nin and asked, "Well, what will we do about this guy here, Kakashi, Nissan?" Kakashi informed the two, "I will question him while you two take care of our client." "Alright, Tazuna, talk. You set us up with a C-ranked mission, but with the Demon Brothers from Mist here after you and them being Chunin ranked made this mission at least a ranked, and if there are any Jonin ranked after you then it is an S ranked for sure." The blonde asked Tazuna and let out a sorrowful gasp. Tazuna began, but Naruto interrupted, "Well, you see, the Land of Waves has been in an economic crisis with the new dictator, Gato." Despite being aware of Wave's condition from this morning's information scroll, Naruto questioned, "Gato? As in the richest man in the world, Gato from Gato Shipping Industries?" "Yes, that low-life midget took control of all of Wave's ports and made Wave poor while he was getting richer. The man looks like a businessman only, but he also abducts children and women to be sold to some place or to be in whorehouses. He sells drugs and terrorizes villages, towns, anything just to get richer. What he wants me for is because of the bridge I am building. That bridge is the last hope for Wave to get it back on track. Since it is a lifeline that could foil Gato's plans, he sent ninja after me, I guess, and now I beg of you, let's continue this mission for the future of Wave. Please?" Tazuna started off angry, then to grim, then to optimism, and subsequent please. "Well, maybe we should. Ah hell, I am totally up for it. I can save a country and be a true reminder of those who don't back down from a mission even if there is limited information," Naruto exclaimed with joy. With a sly smile, Yamato responds, "Well, if Naruto is up for it, then why the hell not? Technically, if we were all put in rank from power, Naruto here would be the leader almost easily because of his rigorous 24/7 training he does. He laughs when Tazuna looks shocked and just stares at the blonde in wonder. Alright, since we are heading on, Naruto can send a messenger fox to get the Anbu out here to clean up this place. The voice was soon identified as that of Kakashi, who was carrying 4 scrolls. Likely the corpses. And the blonde called forth a fox the size of a Great Dane with 2 tails and a small backpack on its back. After placing the scrolls in the backpack and taking the one that Kakashi had created to report to the third, the fox, now known as Hyei, Swift, vanishes in an instant. After that, the group carried on, but before Hyei arrived at his office, let's see what Oji-san was up to. The office of the Hokage, Icha Paradise, Roughing It in Kumo, is an orange book that the third Hokage is reading here. The third was giggling lecherously and wearing a perverted smile. At that moment, the door opened to reveal Anko holding a stack of papers. She watched as Sarutobi hurried to conceal the book and wipe his blood before Anko discovered it and killed him for being a pervert at work. Unfortunately, she became enraged upon seeing the book with the orange cover and began to sneer sarcastically as she spelled trouble to the third. She walked over to the table, placed the pile of papers on his desk, and then struck him as he prepared to use the shadow clone jutsu. In a sickly sweet voice, Anko said, "Hold it right there, old man, you are not getting out of this batch with that trick, or do we want to do the other 2 portions with your wife watching you like a hawk?" The threat made the third go completely white. The third said, making sure it was a threat, "You wouldn't dare, Anko-san." However, he saw her sadistic smile widen and knew she would do it, so he immediately went to work as if he was actually under his wife's watch, which was doing the paperwork at nearly Mach 1 because she is that evil. In time to see Hyei enter the office via puff of smoke, backpack on his back, scroll in his mouth, Anko grinned after she had successfully tortured the third for being a pervert. Anko read the scroll after removing it from his mouth. Hokage, Lord in the backpack on this fox's back, among the other 4 scrolls, Naruto, Yamato, and I discovered these 2 missing nin. To clean up and look for anything that might have been overlooked, please send an Anbu team to the battle site, which is at least 30 minutes away by foot. Regards, the Kakashi team. Then, while throwing the reading scroll to Sarutobi, who caught it and read it, Anko removed the other 4 scrolls. Anko then removed the demon brothers' 2 headless bodies from the 4 scrolls, followed by their heads. After she informed the third about them, the third called 2 Anbu units, who arrived a short while later. The bodies were taken by 1 Anbu team to the autopsy room and the head bounty exchange area. The other group visited the kill scene to look for any additional information that might have been overlooked. Returning to the group after they had just touched down across the river. After expressing gratitude to the rower, the group disembarked from the boat and he disappeared into the fog. Naruto and the others continued to walk until they heard a rustle in the bush nearby, to which Naruto responded by throwing a shuriken. A white-haired bunny that appears extremely frightened leaps off. All 3 of them think about the bunny. The 3 heard the sound of metal flying through the air and thought, since rabbits don't have white hair at this time of year, that would mean it was kept in captivity for most of its life and used for substitution. As Yamato tackled Tazuna to the ground, the 3 of them yelled, "Get down!" Naruto and Kakashi dove to see a giant blade fly over them and into a tree, where they saw a man standing. The man in question wore gray, blue, and other shades of blue military cargo pants with wrappings around his neck and under his nose, but no shirt. He was wearing sandals and a mist headband with a cut through it. This man was the demon of the mist, Zabuza Momochi. So this is why the demon brothers were killed. Kakashi no Sharingan, a Jonin, and a brat that looks no older than 8. The man spoke with a rough tone. Since Yamato already knew the man, Kakashi informed Naruto and Tazuna, Zabuza Momochi, aka the Demon of the Mist, wanted for attempt murder of the Mizukage and becoming a missing nin after the failed attempt. Then Kakashi immediately raised his headband to reveal his Sharingan. Bewildered by the turn of events, Zabuza remarked, "Oh ho, the infamous Sharingan is revealed. So it appears you are getting serious, Kakashi. But I have come here for the bridge builder, so just hand him over." Naruto yelled, "You won't be having him, you browless freak," which caused Tazuna to stare at him as if he were crazy and Yamato and Kakashi to chuckle at the moniker. Zabuza, however, was grinning and his right eye was twitching slightly. Browless yelled, "What was that, you brat?" and sent out a huge key at the blonde, but Naruto simply burst out laughing. After shouting angrily, "That's it, you're dead," Zabuza grabbed his Zanbatsu from the tree and leapt to the ground, then performed hand signals for Kirigakure no Jutsu, Hidden Mist Jutsu, which caused a mist to form over the road and obscure the group's view. Then, as he blocked Zabuza's Zanbatsu, Naruto turned to his left and called forth Kuro Denku with his right hand. To the surprise of both Zabuza and Tazuna, Naruto was holding Zabuza at a stalemate despite being a child. After pushing Zabuza aside and putting his free hand to his mouth, Naruto yelled, "Fuden! Diatapa! Wind style! Great breakthrough!" and blew out a lot of wind, which blew away all the mist and sent Zabuza flying into the water. Damn, this kid is tough. He didn't even use any hand signs for that jutsu. His thoughts were cut off when his feet froze, and then he heard Naruto yell, "Hyouden! Saoryu Buyusetsu, ice style! Twin Dragon Blizzard!" as he finished his lengthy series of hand signals. Suddenly, two black ether like dragons emerged from Naruto's palms to attack Zabuza. They started to spin as they were in the air, engulfing Zabuza and the surrounding area in a massive, dark tornado. Zabuza was so shocked to see the lake frozen that he didn't realize he was in the tornado until he had been flung around. He threw out the jutsu and fell to the water with a crash. Naruto had just recently begun experimenting with jutsu, and he was exhausted. The power of the jutsu caused the jaws to drop to the ground and the eyes of Kakashi, Yamato, and Tazuna to bulge out of their sockets. The sound of something emerging from the water was then heard by Naruto. Naruto looked up with a ragged breath and saw Zabuza lying on his back with his Kubikiri Haucho completely soaked. After a while, both of them were able to breathe again. With his Kubikiri Haucho out to his side, ready to attack, Zabuza said, "Well, now I never knew there were more of the ice manipulation bloodline outside of Mist. This is a good development, but in any case, I will kill that old man." The two swordsmen engaged in non-stop combat for roughly half an hour after Naruto called upon Kuro Denku once more. Despite their exhaustion, Naruto and Zabuza made the decision to complete this. While Naruto created two clones and extended his right hand, Zabuza began a lengthy chain of hand seals. It showed a typical Rasengan, and the clones went to work. One was supplying wind chakra to the Rasengan, and the other was keeping it running. Before long, the Rasengan was encased in a ball of wind chakra and began to resemble a spinning shuriken with the sound of a helicopter's blades exploding. The sight of the jutsu, which was supposed to be impossible to create, astounded Kakashi and Yamato. Here, Rasengan's creator's son, Naruto, completes his father's unfinished business. Zabuza yelled, "Let's see what that thing has, brat." Daibakufu no Jutsu, Grand Waterfall Jutsu, as Naruto was sucked into a huge water vortex. With the jutsu by his side, Naruto, who had the Fuden Rasengan prepared for a little while, leapt forward. Naruto yelled, "Fuden Rasengan Wind Style Spiral Sphere," as the water vortex shot back to Zabuza, aided by the enormous burst of wind chakra that erupted from the Fuden Rasengan. He then hurled his hand forward, causing the two jutsus to collide. Zabuza was struck squarely by the two combined jutsus before he could move. The two jutsus continued for miles after Zabuza struck a tree, and then the water returned to the lake. When they discovered Zabuza lying against the tree, he was alive and covered in dozens of tiny cuts. Zabuza was about to be finished by Naruto when two senbons suddenly pierced his neck. After Naruto sniffed, a girl who appeared to be a boy but was actually a girl based on her scent emerged from the trees. She was wearing a green kimono with a green sash tied on, green kimono pants, a mist hunter nin mask over her face, and sandals. She wore her long black hair to the sides of her face in two ponytails. Beside Zabuza's dead body, she leapt to the ground. The hunter nin's voice was altered to sound more feminine, but Naruto's hearing could distinguish the difference. "I thank you for your help. I have been tracking him for weeks now." Naruto surprised the hunter nin by saying, "Well, I would allow you to take him back to Mist, but given that you have his scent all over you and that you used senbon to his neck means you are actually his accomplice. Am I right on the head, ma'am?" With quick thinking, the nin simply picked up Zabuza and vanished before Naruto could intervene. Naruto, how did you know that Nin was a female? Cause I swore she sounded male when she spoke. Kakashi asked the brunette. Naruto responded, it's simple, Kakashi. Nissan. I just have acute hearing and other senses, so I smelled that she was a female and was trying to change her voice to sound masculine. Also, I believe we have at least 2 weeks before Zabuza attacks again because those cuts he received are a lot harder to heal even if they don't look like nothing. He then fell to both knees, panting, and gripping his right arm slightly out of mild discomfort. As he assisted Naruto in standing up, Yamato inquired, you alright, Naruto? That jutsu of mine has a nasty counter effect which while it tears through the opponent on a molecular scale, it also comes back and does the same on my arm but only very slightly due to my good chakra control. But once I get mastery over all my chakra it won't backfire like that again. Naruto responded prior to blacking out in Yamato's. Tazuna jumped at the change in tone when Kakashi asked, Tazuna-san, where and how far is your house from here? He then pointed down the road and said, my house is about 30 minutes down the road if we walk. With Yamato right behind him and Naruto in his arms, Kakashi grabbed Tazuna and began to jump towards the house, saying, well, hold on to me because we are not walking. After 5 minutes on a small island in the middle of the lake, the group landed in front of a walkway that led to a modest two-story house. Tazuna knocked on the door as the group approached it, and a quiet, muffled coming came from behind it. A young woman wearing a pink shirt, blue pants, and bluish black hair answered the door a moment later. When Tsunami looked at the nin, she saw Naruto unconscious and hurt in Yamato's arms. Father, you're okay. Who are these people, Fath? Tsunami hugged her father. Tsunami expressed concern, saying, oh my god, get that poor boy inside so we can talk after he is in a bed. Tsunami nodded as Yamato said, show us to the room and I will put him down. Yamato then led him upstairs to an unoccupied bedroom and sat Naruto down on an open bed. As they waited for the two to come downstairs, Kakashi and Tazuna were seated at the table when they heard a painful scream. After that, they hurried upstairs to find Naruto clutching his arm as it changed slightly. His right hand grows claws and elongates slightly. His hand continued to twitch even after the rest of his arm had calmed down. Kakashi, who was worried about his younger brother figure, inquired, what happened, Naruto? With a feeble voice, Naruto uttered, I think it started. This time, Yamato questioned, started? What started? Naruto explained with worried looks but nods anyhow. Ray says that when I reach a certain age I begin to transform into a Hanyu, but it will start a few years before the true ritual begins. Kakashi asked, is there any way to slow it down or stop it? And received a headshake that indicated no. Looking at his fox-like hand, Naruto said sadly, if I don't transform into a Hanyu, I will explode from the inside out and take at least 10 miles of terrain, or if I am in Konoha that day then, Konoha itself. With his trademark eye smile, Kakashi said, well, then we should get you fully ready for that day then and you won't have to worry about being alone because you will always have me and Yamato with you, Naruto. Naruto gave a feeble smile in return before faintly passing out. Tazuna and Tsunami went downstairs after he left the group and chatted until it was late before going to bed. The following morning after waking up, Naruto looks at his changed hand and stretches his entire body. He spent the entire night chatting with Rei to figure out when the next transformation would occur, but she regrettably told the blonde that it would be a random transformation that would continue until he turned 10, at which point he would undergo a full transformation. When they learn, Naruto believes that everyone will genuinely believe that he is a demon, but he simply gets out of bed and moves on. When he's ready, he goes downstairs after taking a shower. Tsunami is preparing breakfast downstairs, and Kakashi and Yamato are conversing at the table. A while back, Tazuna went to the store to buy more sake. Naruto greets Kakashi and Yamato as he descends the stairs, and they return the greeting. After that, Tsunami enters with breakfast and places it on the table. After Naruto sat down and began eating with everyone, Tazuna arrived home a few minutes later and joined in. Kakashi and Yamato began discussing Naruto's new jutsu and his feelings with him while they were eating. Kakashi inquired, worried about his younger brother figure, so Naruto, how does the hand feel? Can you more it at all yet? Naruto went outside and returned with a metal bar after saying, yeah, it's okay, Kakashi, Nissan. I can move it and, to be precise, Watch this. I figured this out after I woke up. He was holding it in his demon hand when he applied some force to the metal bar, causing it to break in two like a twig. The two pieces of metal fell to the floor, leaving the room covered in insects. And that isn't my full strength. It appears that when my hand transformed it gained its demon strength, but the rest of my arm didn't. And remember, a demon's strength is at least 3.4 times stronger than a human's. Naruto stated that he would bring the room out of there. Yamato exclaimed in awe of his young charge's newfound strength. Wow, Naruto. I wonder what would happen when you turn half demon. You will become the strongest person in the world that isn't a full-fledged demon like the 9 Biju. I don't care if I am the strongest in brute strength. I only care for all those that are my precious people and loved ones. With those people in my heart I am truly the strongest. Protecting your precious people is the one and true strength, and I follow it to the letter. Naruto simply screamed. Tsunami's motherly tone as she says, "That's very honorable, Naruto-kun. I can only imagine the happiness that your loved ones will have in the future." Naruto feels as though he is in his home and tears well up in his eyes as he considers what it would be like if he did have his family alive with Rei still in him. After that, Naruto leaves the table and leaves the house. Concerned about the blonde who had just departed, Tsunami inquired, "Did I do something wrong?" "No, you didn't, Tsunami-san. Naruto just doesn't have any parents, so when he heard you say that, he must have started thinking what would happen if his parents were not killed right after he was born," Kakashi grumbled. Tsunami, who was crying as she considered the blonde's lack of parents, said, "You mean that kind and gentle boy is an orphan? Why haven't either of you adopted him? He needs a family from the look in his eyes." "We can't, I am afraid. The village council would either make an excuse or just straight out ban the adoption. They don't want Naruto to be loved, so they banned his adoption. Even the third Hokage tried, but he couldn't. Right now Naruto is living in his clan home with me, Yamato, and a real good friend of Naruto's named Anko Midarashi. Me and Yamato are like his older brothers and Anko is like his older sister." Kakashi was sad at first but pleased in the conclusion. Tazuna was the one who yelled, "Why in the world would they do that? He has no family and they go and ban his adoption so he can be happier is absurd. Why would they do that?" With nods in return, Kakashi began the story of the Kyuubi attack. "I have the reason why they do it, but in our village it's an S-class secret, even if Naruto already learned about all the secrets concerning him. But I can tell you the story behind it and hope that you get what they truly think Naruto is when he is not. Now tell me you want to hear the story?" he asked. "Let's see what Naruto is up to while that's happening, shall we?" About 3 miles away from the house, in a clearing, while attempting to learn all 3 of the new Rasengan forms, Naruto was breathing heavily. Naruto even came up with a new Rasengan and gave it a try, making it his 4th iteration. In actuality, this updated version is based on the initial Rasengan training step. In his hand, Naruto created the chakra, but instead of a ball, he made it resemble a 1-foot diameter shuriken. He continued to spiral the chakra by creating an upper layer, and then he did something that Kakashi, his father, and Jiraiya didn't even believe was possible. In just a few seconds, Naruto's shuriken-shaped Rasengan smashed through a 3-foot thick tree. Then Naruto considered the destruction that would occur if the new form were at least as large as a demon wind shuriken. It would be the most heinous act of assassination since his father's invention of the Rasengan. Naruto has spent the entire day honing his new Rasengan forms with roughly 300 clones. Naruto's regularly training army of nearly 3,000 clones was in another clearing. His control was being worked on by 500. 300 is working to become proficient in all of the seals he is familiar with, learn more complex seals, enhance the seals he is already familiar with, and make his own trap seals and other seals that will benefit the village and its ninja corp. Naruto refuses to work on his poisons because he lacks a lab nearby, and the closest weapons store is located in a nearby town 10 miles away. With his Soshigen integrated into it, 200 clones are practicing chakra sensing. Out of the 500 clones practicing his Kenjutsu, 200 were focused on honing his basic katana and kodachi techniques, while the remaining 300 were practicing the fundamental katas for the hidden Mitsurugi, Ryu. To train the blonde's reflexes and accuracy, the next 500 clones were divided in half. He is practicing and honing his ninjutsu over the next 500. Additionally, They are attempting to master the 3 affinities of the blonde. With complete control over his affinities, Ray claimed that Naruto could perform water jutsu as well as Nidaime Hokage, creating water out of nothing. If Naruto was an expert at manipulating wind, he could also fly. He was also informed that he could create fire out of thin air by using only the oxygen and hydrogen atoms present in the air, both of which could be used simultaneously. Even with the clone training, Ray warned him that it would take years before he could truly complete all 3, but the number of years required was significantly lowered. The 500 clones that are left are currently practicing his father's, and his mother's styles. While learning the fundamental katas for his parents, he is honing his own style. After 2 days of this non-stop, Naruto returned home to rest, only to be greeted by a worried Tsunami and 2 worried older brother figures. Tazuna had already gone to bed because it was nearly 11 o'clock. Naruto simply informed them that he had been training non-stop for the 2 days and had returned home to rest. Yamato was also informed by Naruto about the clearings, their locations, and the fact that they require some repair. In order to give the impression that there were no ninjas in Wave, Yamato immediately left to go fix the areas. Despite his amazement at the extent of the clearing's damage, Yamato went to work. Despite being the bridge's guard the following day, Naruto continued his training. Over the side of the bridge, he had 500 clones practicing his chakra manipulation and control. Naruto considered assisting the bridge builder, but he ultimately decided against it because it would shorten the group's stay in Wave, allowing Zabuza to kill the villagers after they left after he had fully recovered. While reading some books and manga that Naruto had given him, Kakashi was at the house keeping watch over it. Yamato lay on a tree outside and pondered for a while before dozing off. The 3 of them would rotate guard duty for the week, with Naruto training, eating, sleeping, and talking about various subjects over dinner until Inari finally lost it one evening. The young boy's question, "Why?" captured everyone's interest. "Why what?" inquired Naruto. "Why do you even try? Gato is a monster and he will kill you all. Why waste your time training when you will die anyway?" Inari yelled. Naruto casually said, "PFF, yeah right, like he could do a thing. Look kid, I don't care about your opinion because all I know is Gato is going down." This made Inari even more irate until he finally lost it. "You don't know nothing. Gato is going to kill you and the whole village. He took everything from us and you look as if you don't care. You know nothing of our suffering," Inari yelled with rage. At that moment, the temperature in the entire house fell below 0, and the windows shattered in a matter of seconds. Tsunami, Tazuna, and Inari were on the ground, gasping for air. Given how much ki was currently emanating from Naruto, Kakashi and Yamato were perspiring heavily. A black slit appeared in the center of Naruto's eyes, which had changed into blood-red irises. It seemed as though Kakashi was hearing the Kyuubi again when he spoke. The room went wide-eyed as Naruto yelled angrily, "Don't know suffering? Don't know suffering? I'll tell you suffering, you piece of shit. For the first 5 years of my life, I was beaten to almost the brink of death so many times I lost count at 100. Naruto said, "I was beaten, stabbed, kicked, punched, and the list just keeps going on. On my birthday I would sit in my closet praying that I wouldn't be found, but I would always be found no matter who came after me. Ninja, men, women, hell even elderly people came with weapons to kill me." Naruto was now radiating red chakra, and his voice continued to grow more sinister. His nails became claws and his fangs grew. His hair grew and fell everywhere, becoming ragged and feral. He appeared to be nearly a full fox without a tail as his whisker lines deepened. Naruto shook the house, causing objects to fall, and yelled, "Now tell me WHO doesn't know the meaning of the word suffering." The lack of air and the pressure from the ki rising still had caused Tazuna to faint. Inari was so terrified that he wet and shit himself out of fear. Because of what Naruto was discussing, Tsunami was crying. Now, both Kakashi and Yamato were on the ground, feeling as though their breath was being drawn out of them. After leaving the house, Naruto slammed the door so forcefully that the wall around the frame and the door itself cracked. Naruto returned to semi-normal after leaving the room. After sobbing, Inari went to change. Tsunami continued to weep uncontrollably. Kakashi's head was lowered in embarrassment at his younger brother figure. Although Yamato was the same, he approached Tazuna and roused her. Through sobs and tears, Tsunami choked out, Is it all true? Did all that really happen, to that poor boy? Kakashi nodded his head and started speaking, It's all true down to the letter. After he was born, Naruto's life went straight to hell and kept getting worse and worse until he almost went into a mentally broken coma where he would have never came out if it wasn't for a friend of his on the inside. Naruto after that was never the same, and all he would do is train, eat, and sleep. He did nothing else. The only people that were able to get through to him at first were the third Hokage, the father and daughter of the ramen stand in Konoha, and Anko. After them it was Yamato, then me, then his animal companion Vaughn. To be exact, Naruto only does have 7 loved ones. He has a lot of friends, but they are only that, just friends. Naruto, even though he is like this, he still moves on with his life and pushes forward. To me, he is exactly like his father was while growing up, as I was told by the third. Naruto was born an orphan and his father was born a clan heir. When his father became the clan head in Hokage, it was after the third great ninja war and his clan was all dead, leaving him alone until he found Naruto's mother, who was also a clan head, with her clan dead from the war. The two fell in love, but in secret due to his name being a taboo in Iwa and Kumo. Even though the two kept on moving forward until they died on Naruto's day of birth. So Naruto pretty much carried on both of their wills to move on to honor their ways. Tsunami was crying even further and Tazuna was crying as well as he drank his sake. Once more in the clearing here, we see an extremely emotional Naruto tearing up everything he sees, including clones, trees, bushes, and the ground, all the while shedding tears. After he left the house, the chakra had already subsided, and his face and nails returned to normal. Naruto continued doing this until his chakra ran out and he fainted. The following morning, this young girl, who is no older than 9, is seen carrying a basket to the clearing that our blonde was destroying the previous evening. The girl is wearing a white sash tied around her waist and a pink kimono. Her dark brown hair was down, and she was wearing sandals. She had a body and face that girls would adore, and her eyes were chocolate in color. Her bust was on the verge of being a D-cup, and she had an hourglass figure. The nuclear sight zone, clearing, was visible to her as she was making her way to the clearing to gather herbs for her master's wounds. The girl was staring at craters the size of houses, trees that had been chopped down to tiny pieces, and a lot of shrubbery and tree roots. Using her ninja skills, the girl moved slowly as she scanned the area for anyone involved in the battle or what appeared to be one. The girl approached the largest crater, which was 8 to 10 feet deep and at least 30 feet in diameter. Her face turned to a tomato as she was shocked by what she saw when she peered inside. The girl saw our blonde hero lying spread eagle, his pants torn to shreds so she could see his boxers and his shirt gone. She was sizing up Naruto's muscles like a hawk and noticed that his whiskers gave him a savage appearance. The thoughts that were running through her head made her flush even more. She continued to examine the face and was astounded to discover that it was the boy who had vanquished her master with few injuries. Then, with a senbon out of her sleeve, she leapt down beside the blonde, ready to kill him, but her heart wouldn't allow it. Instead, she began shaking him awake, blushing even more than before, as she felt Naruto's muscles up close. The girl shook Naruto and said, "Hey, you could get a cold if you sleep out here." When he began to shake, said blonde was beginning to awaken. He opened his eyes, trying to concentrate, as though she was lost in the boy's ocean. Blue eyes and didn't want to be discovered. The girl simply gazed at them. Naruto yawned and sat up after regaining his vision. He was shocked and startled to see the stunningly beautiful girl standing there when he turned to face the person who had woken him up. She appeared to him like an angel without wings. He noticed that she was wearing a jade scented perfume when he sniffed the air. She also had a cinnamon and honey scent. However, he also smelled that she was the hunter nin he had met a week prior, but he had chosen not to harm her just yet. The blonde began, "Miss, I don't get sick." Haku said, "Haku. My name is Haku and yours?" "Naruto Uzumaki. Pleasure to meet you, Haku. Chan," Naruto replied. The suffix to her name made Haku flush, but she forced herself to reply, "Pleasure to meet you too, Naruto.kun." Naruto blushed this time, but it wasn't noticeable because of his unnatural tan. Looking around, Haku said, "So what are you doing out here, Naruto.kun? This place looks like a disaster site made by a demon." Well, I was out here relieving a lot of stress and anger, and I guess I destroyed the whole area," Naruto said, blushing from the compliment, and he laughed in his head at the irony of the statement. "My question is why such a beautiful girl as yourself is doing out alone?" After saying, "I came out here for some herbs for a hurt friend of mine," Haku reflected, "the one you hurt, Naruto-kun." As he was getting up, Naruto said, "Do you need some help with that, Haku-chan? 'Cause I think I banged Zabuza up a little too much in our last battle." Haku tensed up and reached for a senbon in her sleeve once more. Naruto decided it was now or never. Haku tried to divert Naruto's attention by saying, "What do you mean Zabuza? I do not know a Zabuza, Naruto-kun." Naruto stood up and told Haku-chan, "Don't play dumb with me. I can smell Zabuza's scent all over you, and you and the fake hunter.nin smell the same, so I know you were his accomplice. What I want to know is why are you two doing this?" As he spoke, he changed into a different outfit. "Because Zabuza Sama was the one who saved me when I had no purpose and took me in and gave me a purpose. After my mother was killed by my father, I was left as a street orphan with a bloodline, but I kept it a total secret. Everyone looked at me like I was trash until Zabuza Sama showed up and then took me in. He trained me and gave me a purpose, and that is to serve him to the end," Haku said without much emotion. "But why are you guys attacking the bridge builder for Gato? All that man is a good-for-nothing bastard who uses his money for power," Naruto replied. "We used Gato as an escape route to get the hunter nin off our trail for a while," Haku said sadly after sitting with her head to her knees and her arms covering her face as she sobbed. "It is because Zabuza Sama is a wanted missing nin, and so the hunter nin are always after us. And if I were to be found out, then Mist would send its bloodline elimination squad after me to kill me off and end my bloodline." When Naruto noticed that such a lovely girl was depressed, he decided to act like a gentleman and went to sit next to Haku, giving her a tight hug. After tensing up at the touch, Haku relaxed and began sobbing onto Naruto's shirt while stroking her hair. Naruto gently stroked Haku's hair and gave her a gentle back rub to soothe her. "Then why don't you just leave Gato and go to another country? I can actually get both you and Zabuza a home in Konoha and be able to live in my clan home, since I am the only living clan member, making me the clan head and puts you two under my protection." It would be an understatement to say that Haku was taken aback. Standing next to her was a nin who had just a week before nearly killed her master and wanted her and her father to move to Konoha so they could live there under the protection of his clan. She lifted her head from his chest and searched for any sign of dishonesty in his seemingly limitless blue eyes. She was relieved to see nothing at all. She and her master, father, could live in peace and be free of the hunter.nin if he could accomplish that. "Are you sure you can do that, Naruto-kun? Won't having an S-class missing nin be dangerous to let into the village? And would they allow me and Zabuza Sama in?" Haku asked in a hopeful tone. "I am sure, because me and the third Hokage are pretty much grandfather and grandson in a way, and me being the son of the greatest man in history helps even more. Also, you won't be touched the second I say that you are under my clan's protection, since my clan is highly respected and powerful even with all the members but me dead. Our influence of the village's economy is huge, making us very powerful in political, economical, power, and influence," Naruto stated to the hopeful Haku. You would think Haku was a Mexican jumping bean because she was so joyful on the inside that she was cheering in her own mind, not being racist. "So here is the deal, Haku-chan. In 3 days' time you will bring Zabuza to this clearing at midnight so we can make a deal. I will make sure that both Kakashi, Nissan and Yamato Nissan know about the deal so they don't think I am betraying the leaf or something. If you two do not arrive, then I will assume that you two do not want to make a deal and we will have to fight to our deaths when you are all ready and healed," Naruto said to the delighted Haku. Haku was about to leave when Naruto pulled her down and kissed her cheek, making the two of them blush wildly. "I will tell him, Naruto-kun. Hopefully he will accept, cause I am sick of all the running and so is he. Gee, goodbye for now, Haku-chan," was Naruto's halted statement. Haku departed to return and tell Zabuza, but before she could leave the clearing, Naruto called to her because he remembered something. "Gee, goodbye, Naruto-kun." "Hey, Haku-chan," exclaimed Naruto. Haku said, "Yes, Naruto-kun," as a tiny vial of blue liquid dropped into her hands. "Give that to Zabuza when he agrees to come see me, but only if he does all right," Naruto yelled. Observing the liquid, Haku asked, "What is this Naruto-kun?" "It's a special healing elixir that heals any and all wounds that I created. I make them back in Konoha for the hospital to use when there is an emergency and someone may die. The max it could do is heal and fully repair a broken spine and nervous system, but if anything real fatal, then it wouldn't be able to fully heal the wound." Naruto replied nonchalantly with a slack-jawed Haku. Haku practically yelled, "This medicine is probably the greatest breakthrough in medical history, and you speak as if it was a common thing. And you say you're the creator," which caused him to blush and flash his famous foxy grin. Haku was now wondering why the village called him that. Naruto said sadly, "I know it is, but what the village doesn't know is that I am the creator because I give this medicine to a special friend of mine and the personal doctor for the third to be used. If the hospital knew I would have made, they would have said it was tainted by the demon brat, to kill instead of heal, so I remained anonymous," she asked aloud, and the blonde gave her a shocking response. With sadness, Naruto explained, "It is for 2 reasons. 1, I have the Kyuubi no Kitsune sealed inside of me, and 2, I am changing into a half demon now, as you can see by my hand." He then showed her the altered hand. Naruto began to walk to the house when he felt 2 thin arms encircle him and hold him close. "Now that you know, I'll accept it if you hate me now." Haku whispered in his ear, "I don't hate you, Naruto-kun, because you get used to the word demon after spending time with the demon of the mist. But Zabuza is a human and I am an actual half demon, so there is a difference," replied Naruto. Naruto-kun, "No matter what the village says, you are who you are. And you are a kind, considerate young boy that would give anything to protect those who are precious to you. To me you are not Kyuubi but Naruto Uzumaki, the one who is willing to get hated even more for allowing both me and Zabuza Sama under your clan's protection, especially when Zabuza Sama is an S-class missing nin wanted for the attempt murder of the Mizukage." Haku responded by relaxing the boy she is holding. Naruto began to leave, waving to Haku before vanishing through Hyouden. Shunshin surprised Haku even more. "Thank you, Haku-chan. I really needed that. I hope to see you in a few days here with Zabuza-san. I will be going now to inform Kakashi, Nissan and Yamato." Nissan. Then she went to tell Zabuza about the agreement. Returning to the house when Naruto got back inside, he saw Yamato and Kakashi seated at the table. He approaches them, sits down, and begins to explain what has just transpired. It would be an understatement to say they were taken aback. Both of them agreed that if Naruto could persuade them to agree, the mission would go more smoothly and Konoha would benefit from having Haku and Zabuza inside its walls under Namikaze protection, which would prevent the council from using Haku as a baby producer. After that, Naruto fell asleep because he was still tired. The hiding place of Zabuza. After reaching the hiding place, Haku informed Zabuza of the arrangement. After learning the whole story and how no one could harm or hunt them if they were protected by the boys' clan, he changed his mind about it. After thinking for about an hour, he finally agreed. After that, Haku gave Zabuza the vial and explained its contents. Initially dubious, Zabuza employed the rabbit as a miniature test subject. Within 10 minutes, the rabbit's leg wound and scar from being struck by a stray kunai had disappeared. He drank the medication and waited to see the effects after realizing it was the real thing. He had to wait only 5 minutes for his skin to begin steaming, all of the molecular damage to be repaired, and his torn muscles to heal. After considering whether the boy might be Tsunade's apprentice, Zabuza changed his mind because, according to what he had heard, Tsunade hasn't visited Konoha since the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War. 3 days later, at midnight, in the clearing, Naruto was sitting against a nearby tree at midnight, keeping watch with his eyes closed and using his chakra sensing. He got up and opened his eyes when he sensed 2 familiar chakra signatures approaching. Zabuza and Haku, both dressed as ninjas, arrived about 3 minutes later. When Haku removed her mask, her angelic face was revealed, and the moonlight caused it to glow, captivating Naruto. He was startled out of his reverie by Zabuza's words. In his typically gruff voice, Zabuza remarked, "So Haku here says you have a deal you would like to make with us. What is it and what are the conditions I don't have all day?" "She is correct, I do have a deal for you too. The deal is that at the bridge in 4 days me, Kakashi, and Yamato will fake our fight against you two and any other ninja that were hired. Of course we will kill the extra people and leave you alive." I have a feeling Gato then will show himself and then try to get rid of you so he won't have to pay you with an army of mercenaries. After we kill Gato and his army, then I will sneak away and head to his mansion and get all of his money and anything else of value and give most of it to Wave and the remaining to you too, so you can get a good start in Konoha. You do not have to worry about Kakashi, Nissan and Yamato. Nissan, they know of the plan already and right now are at Gato's mansion scoping out all the enemies and getting any information that will be needed like bank codes, numbers, and deeds. With them they will then see who else is with you to get an adequate determination of how strong the enemy Nin will be. From all that will lead to the fall of Gato, the rise of Wave, your acceptance to Konoha through the Namikaze clan protection that is under my leadership even if I am the last remaining Namikaze, and then your futures. Naruto finished taking a deep breath from the long speech. Zabuza asked the blonde, who merely grinned, well, everything sounds fine, but what about the Hokage? Won't he kill me on the spot? Naoji-san and I are pretty much family, and with my clan's influence he and the council can't risk my clan to revoke its influence over almost everything that the village needs, Naruto said. Zabuza asked, Namikaze, wait, why does that name sound so familiar? Zabuza's eyes widened as Naruto casually said, consider the fourth Hokage, my father Minato Namikaze, also known as the Yellow Flash. Your father was the Yellow Flash. Man, what a name to live up to and surpass. I mean, the man is a legend and even I don't want to meet him face to face, Zabuza responded. I already am past him in some aspects, but soon I will surpass him all the way since I already have Rasengan down and am working on his most famous jutsu, the Hiroshin, replied Naruto. Damn Gaki, and at first I thought you nothing but a little kid trying to be a ninja. And now I find out you're training to be able to use a jutsu that made your father the first ever person to be an SS ranked person who was given the order to flee on sight. Zabuza was astonished by the kid in front of him. Haku and Zabuza both laughed when Naruto chirped, well, I plan on making my own legend as the world's first elemental master and to be called Konoha's Elemental Fox Flash. A firm nod was given in response to Zabuza's threat, well, Gaki, you have yourself a deal and you better make sure you keep your end of the bargain or I will make you pay, got me? Naruto held out his hand to Zabuza, who took it, shook it, and then vanished with Haku and Naruto to return to the house and inform Kakashi and Yamato that the deal had been successful. Well, I will see you two in 4 days on the bridge, and remember to bring your best cuz I want to make this fight, even if it is fake, a memorable one. In town 2 days later to get some food for dinner, Naruto and Tsunami are strolling around the town. Naruto gets tapped on the shoulder as he turns around after leaving the grocery store and becoming even more irate over the limited supply of food because of Gato. He sees a girl with chocolate eyes, reddish, brown hair, 2 marks, one under each eye, and a headband on her forehead. She wore a black skirt with a cut on the right leg that showed off her delicate legs, and a black versus neck shirt with black arm sleeves that were cut off the shirt. She had bandaged her breasts to prevent them from bouncing or revealing her size, based on the view through the opening of her shirt. The sandals she wore were black. She had a backpack on her back and a weapon pouch on her right leg. Naruto thought he recognized her, but his thoughts were cut short when the girl began speaking. Her name was, hey little boy, what's your name? The girl said. He started to say, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. And yours? But she interrupted him by squealing, tackling, and giving him a death hug. As she squeezed the blonde to death, the girl exclaimed, Naruto-kun, you alive? Trying to live for another day, Naruto said, Anyo. Gasp. Can I breathe? Gasp. Now? And Haku? As she left him, the girl scratched the back of her head sheepishly. Sorry, but I am so happy my sensei's son is alive. I was told you died that day, replied the girl. As you can see, I am not dead, and might I ask what your name is, even though I have a good guess cause you said my father was your sensei, Naruto replied. The newly named Rin said, oh, where are my manners? Her name was Rin Hiyashi. With a cunning smile, Naruto said, guess I was right, and now Kakashi. Nissan owes me a lot of money. Rin was a little uneasy until she realized what he had said. With a hint of optimism in her voice, Rin questioned, wait, you Kakashi, right? Kakashi Hitaki? Yay, he's my Nissan since he is my older brother figure. Why do you ask Rin-san? Replied the blonde kid. Rin pleaded softly, please take me to see him, Naruto-kun, because he was my teammate before Sensei died. As they ran after Tsunami, Naruto nodded and said, "Well, since you asked nicely, I will. But right now I need to catch up with Tsunami.san before she gets too far ahead." At the house 3 hours later, Tsunami, Rin, and Naruto brought groceries into the house. Since Kakashi was at the bridge today, he wasn't present. When he turned to greet them, Yamato's eyes widened instantly. "Rin, is that you? It's been what, 8 years since I last saw you with Kakashi. Senpai, right before the incident. We thought you died." Yamato shouted at the end of the question. Yamato was meditating on the floor when they entered. "Hold on, Yamato-san, calm down. Yes, it is me, and yes, it's been at least 8 years. I took a very long-term mission to be the daimyo's personal guard so I could get away from the Leaf Village," Rin said. "Well, when Kakashi found you gone after the battle, he thought he had lost you and went into a real bad depression. He was known as Konoha's late Kakashi no Sharingan cause he would always look at the memorial stone and see Obito's, Minato's, and your name there. I guess that is why you put up on the stone. You must have wanted to disappear. Kakashi's heart hasn't been the same since then until he met Naruto, of course, and then he changed a great deal, but he still stares at the stone for a time every once in a while," Yamato said sorrowfully. "I just couldn't accept that Minato, Sensei, Kushina, Chan, and Naruto-kun were dead back then, so I just transferred. I only just found out that Naruto-kun is alive and that I was lied to, as was Kakashi. I just hope Kakashi-kun remembers me and isn't mad at me for what I did." Rin looked down in sadness before being embraced from behind by two well-built arms with black gloves on both hands and forearm-long sleeves. She nearly passed out when she heard the person's voice and what he had to say. After returning home with Tazuna, who had been ordered to keep quiet by Tsunami, Kakashi remarked, "Of course I remember you, Rin. Chan. You think I am that stupid idiot that didn't realize your love for me back then? And from what I just heard, I can only say this: I forgive you." Kakashi-kun. Rin turned to face her beloved and gave him a firm embrace. Time held each other in a tight embrace. The sight of two lovers finally getting back together made the others smile. Without opening his eyes, Naruto simply walked to the wall, leaned against it, and began to think. The two eventually parted ways and began talking. Naruto said he was going to train and left after an hour. He persisted in his efforts to develop and master the Rasen Shuriken. Rin agreed to assist with the plan after Kakashi informed her of the plan to return Zabuza and Haku to Konoha. After 2 days, Tazuna is now in the center of the ninja group as they make their way to the bridge. Kakashi and Yamato had told them that Gato was paying Rokusho Aoi and a few other Chunin ninja. Kakashi was drawn to a man from Iwa named Teizeki, also known as Iron Fist Teizeki. After battling Naruto's father, the man was one of the few people who survived. He was a good man, and Minato allowed him to survive. It might be much simpler if Naruto could persuade Teizeki to join their group in exchange for the opportunity to live with his father if he was one of the missing ninja that Gato had hired. After giving this some thought, Naruto decided to try to speak with him during the battle. Naruto's senses suddenly went into overdrive, and he shocked everyone by flying back to the house. He yelled back when they asked him what was wrong. As he shot through the trees, Naruto yelled, "Tsunami and Inari are in trouble. One of my clones dispelled when he was hit by an earth jutsu. I am going to go save them. You guys go ahead and stick to the plan." With a nod, the group continued. It had to be Teizeki's work because Kakashi was certain that only a privileged Jonin could capture one of Naruto's clones. Returning to the house, Teizeki, also known as Iron Fist Teizeki, was contemplating this heinous act of using a woman against the bridge builder as he made his way down the gangplank. It was against his character to do this. He was a truly honorable man. He can only hope nothing bad will happen in the end. He saw someone leap in front of him as his senses came into play. He positioned himself for whatever came out, but to his surprise, he saw a white coat with flames on the bottom and neon blonde hair licking up the cloak. He thought he was going to fight the yellow flash again, so he went full alert. On schedule, Naruto landed in front of the attacker. He got up and turned to see a man with a rough face, a bodybuilder's physique, a black shirt, brown cargo pants, an Iwa headband with a slit through it, and an Iwa Jonin vest. Since Gato had only hired one Iwa nin from the missing nin ranks, Naruto knew this man was Teizeki. I hope he can win the man over to his way of thinking. You must be Teizeki the Iron Fist. My Nissan said that you lost against my father, but he spared your life cause you were an honorable man. The name's Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. I can only hope that you are being forced to try and kidnap Mrs. Tsunami-san. Naruto stated that he was prepared for anything. Teizeki took a step forward before leaping back from a flurry of shuriken. Yes, I am Teizeki. And you must mean Minato Namikaze, the yellow flash. Yes, I did lose to him, but I was spared because I am a ninja and an honorable man. And yes, I am being forced to kidnap the bridge builder's daughter. Now, if you don't mind, I need to do this. My Nissan asked me to see you would like to come back to the Leaf to drop your status as a missing ninja. Being that you are an honorable man, how about a duel? The winner will oblige the other's wish with no backing down. Agreed. Naruto offered Teizeki his hand. Teizeki shook Naruto's hand and walked to a nearby open field with the blonde in tow. You must be some crazy-ass kid to think of fighting me, but I shall accept your challenge, young man. It is only once that I can duel against the son of the only man to ever best me in battle other than Jiraiya. The bridge. When the group finally arrived at the bridge, they discovered that all of the workers had been knocked out and that there was still a persistent mist hanging over it. As they moved into the mist, the group became vigilant. In order to better blend in, Tazuna went to hide behind some crates and was covered by a genjutsu. The next thing they see is a group of about 15 ninja with Aoi, Zabuza, and Haku out front. It seems you have finally made it, Kakashi. Where is the blonde Gaki? He was supposed to be here, Zabuza said, looking around. When Kakashi pulled up his headband to reveal his Sharingan eye, he said, he went to go finish off Teizeki at the house, so he will be a bit. In response to their nods, Kakashi said, now, shall we get down to business? Rin, you go and fight Aoi. Yamato, you go and fight the other nin. I will fight Zabuza and the hunter nin until Naruto shows up. The battle for Wave Country then broke out as if Kami-sama had called for it to start when a breeze blew across the bridge. Returning with Teizeki and Naruto in their respective battle stances, Naruto and Teizeki were positioned roughly 10 meters apart. Naruto knew that in order to defeat the man, he would have to use all of his resources, and since the man was an earth user, his best option would be to use lightning-style moves. With the blonde in front of him, Teizeki was experiencing deja vu. He has vivid memories of the day he faced Minato Namikaze. As the two stood there, Kami-sama began the match with ease, just like at the bridge. Teizeki and Naruto surged forward, hurling kicks and punches so quickly that they appeared to be blurs. Naruto managed to throw Teizeki over his shoulder and slam him to the ground after striking him in the stomach and kneeing him in the face. Although the brat had already impressed Teizeki, he was just getting started and still had a few tricks up his sleeve. Then he stood up and leapt back, performing quick hand seals before yelling, Doden. Doryuden, Earth Style, Earth Dragon Projectile. Suddenly, the head of a mud dragon emerged from the ground, and several fast-moving mud bullets shot out of its open mouth. After making his own hand signals, Naruto yelled out Raiden. Gion. Lightning Style. False Darkness. A bolt of lightning shot out of his hands and headed directly for the mud. Teizeki jumped out of the way, but before he could completely escape, he was struck in the foot by the lightning that continued to travel straight through them. When Teizeki landed and lost his footing because his foot had gone completely numb, he screamed in agony. Then he stood up and shouted Doden. Domu, Earth Style, Earth Spear, while making hand gestures. Then, as Teizeki solidifies into rock, his entire body turns dark brown. After charging at Naruto, he nearly doubled over with a punch to the blonde's gut before kicking him away. The blonde begins to skip across the ground and comes to a stop close to a tree. Even though he stumbles to stand, he does so. He then hurried over to Teizeki, making quick hand signals that the Iwa nin could hardly see. Raiden. Denku Koko no Jutsu, Lightning Style, Lightning Roar Jutsu, was said by the blonde. Naruto changed into a lightning lion and roared at Teizeki like a ferocious animal as he sent a wave of lightning chakra in the direction of the adversary. The man shouted Doden. Doryu Heki, Earth Style. Earth Style Wall, as he slammed his hands down on the ground after directing the majority of his remaining chakra into this next move. A huge slab of earth that had hardened to nearly the durability of iron suddenly sprang out of the ground. There was rock and lightning flying in all directions when the two jutsus struck. Teizeki saw a dick of chakra flying at him when he peered over the edge of the rock. He is terrified by the next thing he hears. Rasen Shuriken. Naruto watches as Teizeki leaps out of the way before the blade strikes the wall, which it cuts through with ease. The blonde charges the Iwa Nin while holding the Rasengan. The fact that the fabled Rasengan could now be thrown astounded Teizeki. His eyes widened when he saw what the boy was looking at. When the Rasengan stopped moving and dissipated, it was roughly 3 inches from Teizeki's stomach. Naruto stepped back a few paces and bowed, saying, "You have lost Teizeki-san. That was a great duel and I hope we will get to do some more in the future." Teizeki bowed and then took a seat to rest after saying, "Yes, I see. I believe that not even your father was able to beat me that easily, so as I stay to my word I will accompany you to Konoha and join them." Ahead of his disappearance via Hyouden, Naruto said, "Okay, I have to go to the bridge and help my friends. You can stay here and make sure no one else tries to kidnap Tsunami-san. Me and my friends with Zabuza Momochi and Haku Momochi will come back here after the battle is over." Teizeki smiled as he thought, and yet the boy was holding back the real strength. If that boy is open to sparring with me, I think I'll like Konoha. Prior to Naruto versus Teizeki, at the bridge Rin, Yamato, and Kakashi all charge their targets as soon as they can. To avoid bothering them, Rin leads Aoi to the end of the bridge. Following Yamato to the woods' entrance were the 15 Chunin and Genin missing Nin. Zabuza, Haku, and Kakashi remained there during their altercation. Alongside Rin and Aoi because he believes he is unbeatable with the fabled Raijin blade that the Nidaime Hokage used. Aoi was a haughty fool. Prior to defecting from Rain with some valuable Suiden scrolls that were created by Hanzo himself, he was a Jonin with Chunin abilities. At first, Aoi was easily getting his ass handed to him during their taijutsu fight with Rin. When he began to lose, he took the coward's route and summoned the Raijin, who then began attacking wildly and without any grace, making him appear like a child flailing around with a lightning chakra stick. Being an ex-Enbu prior to her transfer, Rin was able to easily avoid all of the swipes and has been maintaining her fitness ever since. Rin then began attacking the missing Leaf Nin with psychological warfare. Aoi was now getting angry and was flailing even more, which made him expend more energy trying to hit the Kunochi. So the indestructible Aoi Rokusho can't even beat a girl like me, huh? You're weak and you know it. The only thing that is keeping you alive is the Raijin, and without any skill to wield it you are nothing but disgracing its name. Rin grabbed the hand holding the Raijin and snapped it when Aoi missed and lost his balance. Before he could even feel the pain from his broken wrist, Rin took the Raijin and severed Aoi's head. Rin then sealed the Raijin away after deactivating it. She then burned Aoi's body after sealing his head as well. She went to help Yamato after sensing that he needed assistance after feeling the ground tremble. Alongside Yamato on the 15 that followed him, Yamato was employing his Doden, Dido, Ho no Jutsu, Earth Style, Mud Cannon Jutsu. The jutsu shoots a big ball of mud at the ninja and out of Yamato's mouth. When it made contact, 4 of the Genin and Chunin were struck and killed. Yamato performed another series of hand signals before slamming the shuriken and kunai down on the ground, causing a Doden, Shoryuheki, Earth Style, Earth Wall Jutsu, to appear to block the incoming weapons. The other 11 managed to avoid it. He began using additional hand signs after hearing the final thud, and as he slammed his hand down Doden, he yelled, "Jishin no Jutsu, Earth Style, Earthquake Jutsu." As the name implies, the jutsu causes the ground around him to tremble violently, which causes the ninja to lose their footing. The ground then breaks, causing roughly 5 of them to fall and be crushed. Since Yamato was using too much chakra, he can now relax a little now that it's down to 6-1. At that moment, a ninja fell to the ground, a Rin grinning while clutching the Raijin. The two went back, and Yamato was relieved that backup was available. After putting the Raijin away, Rin assumed her taijutsu position. The 2 ninjas then leapt into a 3-on-1 battle. Rin killed the first one with a kunai to the heart and the second one with a snapped neck, making quick work of her 3. Using Suiden, Tepudama, Water Style, Water Bullet. The final one fought harder than the other 2. Rin avoided the water bullet and killed the nin instantly by sending several balls of fire at him with a Kaden. Housenka no Jutsu, Fire Style, Mythical Fire Phoenix Jutsu. Yamato struck the first one in the heart with a kunai to kill it. He blocked with Doden Shoryuheki, Earth Style, Earth Wall Jutsu, while the second and third ones both used Suiten Tepudama, Water Style, Water Bullet. After that, he performed a few hand signs for Doden, including Urasu Yasha, Earth Style, Rock Catapult Jutsu. In a split second, rocks blasted out of the ground and crushed the second man. When the third man became frightened and began to flee, a piece of wood caught his leg. Now that he had heard the stories of the Shodem Hokage's use of Mokuton, wood style, he was on the verge of urinating. Despite not being related to the first Hokage, Yamato was the first to use Mokuton, wood style, since the first Hokage thanks to Orochimaru's experiments. The man was crushed to death by the wood branch that encircled him. The two then placed their heads in scrolls and decapitated all 15. While they were decapitating the men, Yamato had ensured that the ground was back to normal. The two set out to see how Kakashi was doing and, if Naruto showed up, to see how he was doing. Alongside Haku, Zabuza, and Kakashi, Zabuza, and Haku stood in combat stances until the others were out of sight as the others pursued their targets. After that, they simply relaxed and began to wait for Naruto to show up. They all wanted to see how well Naruto could battle the two of them, so after about 5 minutes, the group began discussing various topics. Zabuza was on the verge of losing it after waiting for about 20 minutes when a spike of ice appeared out of the ground between them, causing them to jump and become extremely alert. However, Kakashi found it amusing to watch how the two responded to Naruto's unique method of entering a space. Our favorite blonde, whose arms were folded and covered in blood, emerged from the ice spike. Because of the blood, Kakashi initially didn't even recognize Naruto, but he recognized him when he saw the Soshigen in all its splendor. Until he cleaned off the majority of the blood on himself with a water jutsu, Haku and Zabuza were unable to identify the person despite their best efforts. "Naruto, what the hell happened to you? It looks like you almost died fighting Teizeki," Kakashi responded. Pulling out 2 scrolls, Naruto responds, "Nah, I beat him just fine. It was just that I annihilated Gato and his base just now. One is Gato's head, and the other is all his money." As Naruto turned to face Zabuza and Haku to his left and right, Kakashi grinned and said, "Well, I guess all we have to do is wait for the others to show up." Naruto responded, massaging his temple as everyone witnessed what had happened to him. "Well, we could. But you try going against an S-class nin and then killing off an army of mercenaries without losing your stomach by how you killed them." Both the blonde's pants and shirt were slightly torn. Occasionally there were holes where he was struck by weapons, causing him to bleed. Kakashi can then observe the condition of his right forearm. It was already in its half-demon state. However, it was the red chakra remnants scattered across his skin that truly caught their attention. For Kakashi, it signifies that he donned the fox cloak, but the other two were perplexed as to why it was red rather than blue until Haku recalled that Naruto was the holder of the Kyuubi. Naruto walked over to the crates and got confused looks from the three before saying, "Kai," and Tezuna's hiding place was revealed. "Well, let's go round up the others and head to the house." The group then began to make their way to the house. It takes roughly 5 minutes for Rin and Yamato to join. They were conversing with one another along the way. Haku asked the blonde how Naruto could use Hyouden, and when he slapped his hand down, the boy bit his thumb, made hand gestures, and yelled out Kachiyose no Jutsu. Shiva. Summoning technique. Shiva. Shiva emerged from the smoke in all her bare-clad splendor, hovering over Naruto with her arms loosely encircling his neck. Haku wasn't sure why, but it made her feel a little uneasy. Yamato, Zabuza, Kakashi, and Tezuna all got nosebleeds as a result, but Kakashi ignored it because he didn't want to deal with a furious Rin later. Rin was simply observing the call. The blonde remarked, "She is how I know Hyouden Haku. Chan. Shiva. Chan and 3 other elemental spirits live in my mindscape with my other friend." Then, as if she were breaking glass, Shiva vanished. Teizeki is sitting outside the house recuperating from his altercation with Naruto when the group returns to the house. After arriving at the house with Teizeki, the group took a seat inside. They all began discussing their battles, but the one involving Naruto and Teizeki piqued their interest the most. When Kakashi, Rin, and Yamato questioned Teizeki about what he meant by a flying disc of pure chakra, Naruto shocked them by claiming to have made a Rasengan that could be hurled like a shuriken. A swirling disc of pure chakra appeared above his hand as he raised his hand over the table and focused on the first part of the training. It grew until it was the diameter of an average demon windmill shuriken. When Kakashi asked if he could actually add elemental chakra to it to make it even more effective, Naruto began to consider it, but he stopped the jutsu before he could. He told them that he could try back home and that he could master all the Rasengan forms he had created if he just improved his chakra control. Kakashi was curious about the elements of the two last Rasengans that were left. He was shocked when Naruto simply said he would show them now and left. Following, the group arrived at the clearing where Naruto and Taizeki engaged in combat.
So that's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe to the channel for more awesome stories like this. Thank you. See you all in my next video.